All right, what's going on, everybody? How y'all doing today? Hope everyone is doing well. We are back. Gonna start off with Surround Dead, and then I'm gonna get into some news, and then we're gonna get back into the word. I'm kind of sick. If I sound like shit today, that's why. But I got a little further in this game than I have gotten recently. Um, I was doing really bad when I first started this out, but this run's been pretty good, so gonna give this one a shot. Play this for a little bit. Oh, nope. So this is my new vehicle. It's a military Humvee. Got a shitload of stuff in here. I think. I'm gonna go ahead and head back to the safe zone. Where am I? I'm gonna fuck out of here. Okay. I'm completely open. Hope everyone's doing all right today. We're just zooming right now. I didn't even hit that right. Hit that one. I'm taking my next right. Shit. Driving can be just a little tough on this one. That's wolves. Them damn dogs. If I sound sick and like shit, it's because I am sick. Just a heads up. Yes, it does, brother. Yes, it does. What's going on, Sasquatch? Good to see you, man. Thanks for jumping in chat. I'm just gaming, and I'm going to get into some news here in a little bit. I got some, there's some stuff to talk about. There we go. That's right over here. Whoa. Oh! You see that? That was fucking incredible. Nice, dude. Wandering trader. Dude. Has he got anything good? Nah. Not really. Alright. By the way, I'm fucking loaded in this game right now. Josh Blintzler, what's going on, man? Good to see you, bro. Thank you for being here tonight. I don't need all that space. I don't need that either. This one up here. I have at 2 of my bases right now. They are fucking stacked with shit to sell, so I really don't need all of that. These vehicle repair kits are clutch though. I'm gonna save these. Let's get rid of that. No. No. That. I'm gonna save that. What's up, Charles Darwin? Good to see you, man. It's not necessarily morning here, but good morning. Alright. Alright, I want to keep those shotgun suppressors. You sell the rest of this shit. Alright. Yo, look at how much money I have, bro. I got 20 grand. This is crazy. Over 20 grand now. I'm stacked. I'm getting some action here. I just had to... I got bored yesterday. I was really fucking sick yesterday. So, I got bored and I wanted to... where should I go? Where should I go? Alright, let's go... White marker. Let's go. I was really sick, man. I was gonna stream, but it wasn't even like how I'd sound or anything. I just felt like fucking dog shit, dude. It was terrible. So I ended up just like I would get on and play for an hour and then jump off, get on and play for an hour, jump off, get on and play for an hour, jump off, and eventually I just went to bed. I slept a lot yesterday too. I needed it, man. Whoa. Those were friendlies. There it is. Yeah, yeah. I don't know if I don't know if it's in the same uh, engine as Minecraft, but it has that kind of like retro graphics look to it, for sure. I'm just gonna make this one quick. Be fast. Oh, I hear you, bro. I hear you. Come on out, boys. Where you at? Where you at? There they are. Oh, in the house. Whiffed it. Ah. Bro, I'm garbage. The I'm sick excuse doesn't work. Uh-oh. this bad boy go? There it is. There we go. Ooh, boy. Where's this boss? What's up, Stamey? Good to see you, bro. Hey, I'm in the I'm in the God and Country chat if you want to jump in. Look at all these bastards. Where you at? Oh. Oh, fuck. There's gonna be a boss coming out here any second now. Yes, sir. They're coming. Haha, gotcha, bitch. Ah, fuck you. Where's this boss, dude? There's gonna be a boss in here somewhere. Where's the... Oh, I see y'all coming. There he is. Alright. Oh, a Colonel's Revenge drum mag. Nice, dude. I'll take that. Thank you very much. Oh, shit. Fuck. I dropped my other mag. Wait. Okay. I can put this away for safekeeping. There. This here. Another XM250 mag. I got one at one of my bases. Ha! Bro, this is a video game. You know what I mean? It's an M249. Okay. Another shotgun suppressor, 50 BMG. Credits. Okay. It's all clear now, but we'll see how long that lasts. Get there. Already have enough shoddy suppressors that can go in there. This I'm gonna wait. Okay, I'm gonna take that, put in here, and this and put it in here. And then this put in here. Anything past 1,000, I really don't need it. Yeah, so what happens is when you reload, if you don't have enough space for your mag in your actual inventory, like when you first open it up, your guy just drops it on the ground. So I'm gonna have to comb through everything and try to find this other XM250 mag because I can't really afford to lose it. And it's gonna start raining, you motherfucker, dude. Alright. Alright, he's looted. Alright, here's a primary infection. Guardian mag based. I'm gonna put that there. And then another M249. Motherfucker, dude. High powered flashlight. Rip. Oh. 18 based. Okay. Here's what I can do. Put all this stuff over here. And then put these right here. I can go there. I can go here. And then take this off. Put that on. Rip. And up here. Put this down here. This here. This here. These. Where the. Let me pull up my 50 BMG real quick. Motherfucker. Alright. Go here. What's up, brother? Good to see you, man. Jump in if you want to. I'm just fucking around on the game right now and then gonna be talking some shit here in a little bit, so you're always welcome to jump in if you want, my brother. That's Big Soda. He always be changing his name, dude. At least they're funny, though, man. You know, like, some people, they change their name, and it's like, why? Like Hassan's dog, that shit was fucking hilarious. Alright. CR38, 308. Okay, put these in here. Unload ammo. It's here. I like that. Okay. Oh, let me keep that. Goes there. That goes there. Goes there. This can go here. This can go here. That's fine, man. Yeah, guys, take your time, man. You don't ever have to. What's up, Jess? Good to see you. How you doing today? Mr. Fista, what the fuck is up, brother? I haven't seen you in forever, dude. Yeah, dude, jump in whenever, man, for real. Good to see y'all, man. I'm glad y'all are here for real. Wait. I am a fucking imbecile. Hold on. I gotta find where this... Dang. Okay. There it is. Pretty sure. Yes. I need... It's all my medical supplies. I need that shit. You know what I mean? Okay. Go here. Go here. Go here. Go here. And here. Alright. I got to take the other one. Fuck, I really need to find that other... That mag, dude. Oh, that sucks. I think I changed back over this way. Okay, 15. That's trash. I don't even want that. Rib. Fuck, dude, I'm already, like, full of stuff right now. Okay. Yeah, jump in whenever, man. We got a bunch of stuff to go over today, which is good. There's some good news. Big things popping. You know what I mean? I'll be getting into that in a little bit. Right now, I'm just gaming, dude. Taking the edge off, you know what I mean? I'm off work again because I'm like, my boss doesn't want me in there. I even offered to mask up, you know. She said, well, if you got a mask, I'd rather you just not even come in. All right, whatever. Got all the stuff out of there. Not much to... All right. There it is. This is that hand cannon, bro. What up, Mudcrab? This is Surround Dead, dude. It's a small indie developer game, and they did fucking fantastic with it. I'm hooked right now, dude. Absolutely fucking hooked. All right. Let's go ahead and do one more infestation. I'm curious as to what this is right here. It's the grand side houses. All right. I wonder what this is. We'll go check that out. I wish it was, dude. It's only single player right now, man. It's like 10, 12 bucks. What's up, Cat? Good to see you. Welcome in. Yeah. It's like 10, 12 bucks. And if I could get other people to come in here and play with me, that'd be fantastic. Hold on. Wait a minute. Let me see something real quick. Guys, I don't have access to chat, so give me just a moment. One sec. What was I doing, damn it? That's it. Okay. Sorry. I'm on cough medicine and stuff right now. My brain's not working well. Is surrounded multiplayer. No, it's not. Fuck. Alright, but it is planned for the future, boys. So at some point in the future, we are going to we're going to be able to play this on stream, bro. Rude crap, I'm not mad at you. We good, man. We always good. Alright. Me. Some gunpowder. This. Alright, tents come in handy. I can show you guys real quick. Alright, so check this out. If I need to sleep shit off, I can just put a tent right down the middle of this money. Well, in Rust, they're called monuments, but that's just kind of what I call them. After playing Rust for so long, I don't really have, like, a... Drop that bullshit. Drop that bullshit. Drop that bullshit. This rock over here. Car battery. But it is similar to Rust in a way. Oh, fuck, dude. I hope you're alright. I mean, yeah, that's fine, dude. You're still welcome to jump in. I just hope you're okay, bro. Two car wrecks? Alright, where's that? But it is a lot like Rust, because there's, like, airdrops and shit. So, that's one of the good things about the game. Okay. So, we have a bunch of trash. I can go there. I can go there. I can go there. There. It's a bunch of garbage, dude. Alright. Like, for such a loaded loot box, there was nothing in it, really. Alright. Gunpowder's good. Rope. And then trash. Okay. Oh, damn, dude. I hope you're alright, bro. It sounds bad. And bone bruises are nothing to fuck with either. When I hurt my knee, that's one of the things that happened. I had a bone bruise up at the top of my tibia, dude. That was not... It was not good. You know what I mean? Not good at all. Alright. Oh. Okay. I don't need any food. Dude, this is my lunchbox. Like, I am so stacked on MREs right now, and they are the most OP consumable in the game. And then water canteens as well. So, I'm not hurting for nothing. That house is all jacked up. Alright, there was nothing really over here, man. Dang. That's one of the things about this game. Creek Farm. There's supposed to be some kind of trader or something over here. I'll find out. Look at that. Bye-bye. Oh, son of a bitch. See, now it's nighttime. At night, you can't see shit. So, I'm gonna get back over to the farm I was just at. Sleep in that tent. There we go. All right. Yeah, when this gets multiplayer, please, guys, get it so we can all play. That'd be fantastic, dude. Might as well refill. I got a shitload of gas. And then I'll repair it. Woo! And I love how, like, impact damage doesn't hurt your car at all, but hitting a zombie takes away some of the health from your car. I already emptied this place out, but which way did I go? Where am I? Oh, okay, I'm up here. Shit, I'm doing that. Ah, you know what? Actually, wasn't that bad. Damn it. Use. What? Just for trying to come up to my motherfucking car. Give me... Oh, dude, they didn't give me any purple? Come on, bro. I need purple ammo. Keep going to the right. Hey! That's where I grew up. I remember that place. What's up, Hornet? Good to see you, man. Welcome in, dude. Welcome in. Is this where it is? Yeah. Oh. Alright, so this is the primary. Is this the only one? No. Okay. Dude, get out of here. Alright. Oh, the secondary infestation got that. It got the loft apartment. He's making 6 figures. Where's a suit to work? Where you at? I hear you. I hear you. You hear all of them? Let's go, boys. Busting out the XM250. Where you at? Bring it on. I got enough in here for all of yous. Where you at? Where you at? Come on. I ain't done with you. Come on. Oh, I see you. I see you. You got that boomer. Bang. Bang. Oh, oh, out of ammo. Whoa. Bro, I'm whipping. What is going on? Where are you hiding? Alright, where's the boss? Where's the boss? Hey, I see you. Alright, so here's what I gotta do. I gotta move this out here. I gotta put this in here. And put this back in here. And then I gotta put these in here. Move this out. Load this. And then... There he is! Oh shit! Oh shit! Fuck. Okay. I got another one of these. I got one on my gun already. Alright, let's put that down here. Get one of those. Load. There's some purple ammo. There we go, like that, like that. Alright, that's not bad. That's good damage. Just in here. Okay. Oh, yeah. All right. Okay. This is what I'm going to have to do for this. So, I have special... What? Oh, I didn't clear this out earlier. Fuck. Okay. Hold on. I got another one. Yeah. There we go. All right. Put this here, this here. Put this here, this here, this here. Okay. Oh. I got fucking trash for it, dude. That's such ass. Alright. Unload. Unload. Ah. Okay. Start packing the large coyote. There we go. Oh, I want those. Okay. All right. Now to go back upstairs. Outer Worlds 2? Yeah, dude. So I played the first one. I only played through one, like, quest line, though. I didn't play through... what's up, Nuxus? Welcome in. Good to see you. Good to see you. I didn't play through all of them. Okay, that's crap. Oh, wait. There we go. That's good. Never mind. Here, come on. Move this right here. And then I could put that here. Boom. So one of the things they talk about in this game is not having too much shit in your inventory because you can end up getting lost. And like I understand that, right? But I don't get lost. So I have all my little containers. Got all my stuff in them. It's good. It's just like kind of bagception. You know what I mean? Yeah. I'm working on the more subs thing there, Nuxus. I get my watch hours in, dude. I already have like 4,000 watch hours. Like I qualify for I qualify for monetization with my watch hours. I just don't qualify for it in subs, which is kind of crap, but it is what it is. All right. All right, we did 2 infestations. Let me just head back to the fucking safe zone, and we'll get into some of the news today. Well, this thing does not turn on a dime, let me tell you. Damn, son. Look at that kickflip. Look at that kickflip. Did you see that? I meant to do that. I meant to do that. I meant to do that too. Look at that. Fast and the Furious, baby. I'm Paul Walker. Oh. See? It takes expert skill to get to this level, boys. Expert skill. Oh! See, and then you just use the trees to stop, dude. They don't do any damage to your car, nothing. It's perfect. Look at that. Beautiful. Amazing. Alright. What do you got? Oh, fuck it. She got another M2010. Okay. But nothing else that I really care about. Alright. Alright, let me go deep here. I want to keep that. I don't care about that. I have enough of those. Alright. For that. I'll hold that one. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. I should put some more stuff in the back. Man. There we go. Brother. May I have some oats? You just sell. Shit. Alright. Sell that. Sell that. Selling painkillers now, boys. In the game. In the game. Not in real life. Alright. That. Man. Why won't it let me sell ammo? I'm getting all sorts of these, wait, okay. Oh, whatever. Ooh. Hey, 1 second, right back. All right, I'm back. I'm back. Correct. That's That is the key there, Corey. That's the key, my brother. All right. Let me finish selling all this shit, and then we'll start getting into some stuff, okay? Golly. All right. I can go there. I can go there. Go there. I want to hold on to that one. I just have too many of those fucking things, man. There's a M249 box. Oh, yeah, no, I'm going to sell the other one. All right. Then I gotta go back into the car, grab some more shit. And then I'm gonna get back into... See, look, another one of these fucking things. 2 shotgun suppressors. Actually, there's nothing much in the car. Alright. Alright, we'll save. Time to get into what's going on in the world. Right? Alright. Alright, alright, alright. So. I just can't stand how fucking disingenuous these people are. I really can't. It makes absolutely no sense to me. So, for instance, right? Gavin Newsom gets on X and posts all this crazy bullshit constantly. But then we see this.
Ladies and gentlemen, information from a recently conducted federal audit has just been made public, and I'm not kidding when I say this, but this information has just completely...
What's up, brother? Not much. How you feeling? You feeling better?
I'm feeling good. It's sore as fuck, but other than that, it ain't too bad. It's just when I talk and stuff.
Yeah, yeah. Well, don't feel the need to talk if it's gonna mess with your it's gonna mess with your jaw, man. All right.
I'm no pussy.
I didn't think that. I didn't think that at all. Let me
Yeah, but Mr. Fisto was.
Let me share my screen real quick with you. All right. There we go. So yeah, Gavin Newsom, again, constantly going off about all doing nothing but lies. He went in front of the world and told them that Donald Trump had sent the National Guard in to police the streets. That was a fucking lie. And that was after Mayor Karen Bass, even herself said that they weren't doing any like police or law enforcement. They were just guarding the federal buildings. So you think the governors get a little bit of fent in you? That's wild, Mr. Fisto. So these people contradict themselves, each other constantly. They don't have a consistent message, right? And I don't know what's going on with the X algorithm, but whenever I scroll through this motherfucker, I get Elizabeth Warren, I get Gavin Newsom, I get Gavin Newsom press office, I get Destiny. Like, I'm not following any of these people. Mehdi Hassan.
God damn.
Brian Allen. Mila Joy. Well, I guess. Like, I'm not following any of these people, whether I agree with them or not. You know? It's really wild. It's just crazy. This one, call to activism. See, like, and everyone's freaking out about the East Wing of the White House. By the way, just in case nobody's aware, it's not the actual White House that's being demolished. It's a small piece of the East Wing, which is a separate building from the White House. And it's just a small piece of the building. Now, Obama did a $350 million expansion onto the White House, and no one gave a shit about it then. And I've seen people on there I've seen people on Facebook, right, which is, you know, just inundated with all the fucking wacko liberals around me, right? But they're throwing big fits about this. Well, he's cutting WIC and food stamps. Well, what are the details on that? When it comes to him cutting WIC and food stamps, are they making the criteria for approval higher? Because I'm good with that. And this is all privately funded, too. He's not funding this with taxpayers' dollars. Okay?
That's the biggest difference between Obama and Trump is one's privately funded and the other one with tax donations.
Right.
Or, yeah, was tax funded.
Right. Okay, anyway. We'll get back into this. I got a couple things that I wanted to pull up. I don't know why it pulled that up. He's such a dork. Anyway, let's get back into this video.
He destroyed Gavin Newsom's career. Now, as I'm sure you've all noticed, for months now, we've all been...
By the way, another illegal immigrant who was driving a truck just hit and killed someone while he was fucked up on drugs.
Forced to witness a never-ending series of deadly and catastrophic automotive accidents involving illegal alien drivers, many of whom can't even speak English at a basic level or properly follow our traffic laws.
Yeah.
But even worse yet, many of these illegal
Hamburger Helper was the king of dinners when I was growing up. That's what that was, Mr. Fista.
alien drivers have actually been given CDLs, commercial driver's licenses, in blue states like California with radically progressive governors just like Gavin Newsom. And so that is what brings us to today's bombshell report. Take a look at this.
A federal audit found California had issued 62,000 CDLs to drivers who entered illegally, John, or do not have a permanent legal status as required by the feds. California sanctuary laws prohibit asking applicants their immigration status. Governor Newsom said there's not a problem. Back to you.
Did I hear you right? Did you say 62,000?
That's correct.
Oh, my goodness.
It's a federal audit.
Folks, under Gavin Newsom's radically progressive leadership, if you can even call it that, the state of California has handed out over 62,000 commercial driver's licenses to illegal aliens. And keep in mind, not only are many of these people in the country illegally, but many of them can't speak English, they don't know the rules of the road, and they're driving 50,000-pound semi-trucks going at 75 miles per hour and crashing time and time again into innocent Americans just trying to make their daily commute. Ladies and gentlemen, what's gone on here under Gavin Newsom's leadership is absolutely evil, and just to be blunt, every single one of these 62,000 illegal alien CDLs is pretty much nothing more than a ticking time bomb. And regrettably, as we've seen time and time again, some of those ticking time bombs, so to speak, have already gone off. Now, luckily, President Trump's Secretary of Transportation, Sean Duffy, has already begun taking direct action against all of this anti-American mayhem, already working to strip federal funding out of the state of California. In fact, take a look at this.
Good, they should.
What else besides defunding these states is available?
Here's the deal, right? People always talk all this good shit about how California has the fourth largest economy in the world. If you take away their federal funding, they will have nothing. Their federal funding is the thing that keeps them afloat. It's the thing that keeps them going. So you take away the federal funding, you won't have the fourth largest economy on the planet. And federal funding comes from everyone in the country. Okay.
And to be fair, their population kind of skews that number. Simple fact that they've got like such a large population in their state, it kind of makes that number seem bigger than they're actually. It's not like they're a high performing economy. It's kind of just the simple fact that they have, millions, maybe even 100 million people there.
Nah, I think it's like 50 some million, right? I'm not sure.
Okay,
Here, hold on.
yeah, a little extreme.
Let's look it up. Oh, let me not pull up my fucking emails right now. Okay. Okay, like 40
Oh
million.
wow, way off. Okay, but still, that's a large population of a state, and so I mean, if you just multiply that by the fact that hey, they do still have remnants of tech sector still in their states.
Mm-hmm.
They'll probably lose it soon, but still.
Well, Silicon Valley is really what's going to drive most of the economy in California. So like they're resting their laurels on a group of maybe like 1,000 millionaire or billionaires. That's it,
Hmm.
right? That's it. They
Yep.
really don't have like a large manufacturing sector, you know.
Mm-mm.
And this is coming from freight, right? Like you got to understand. For me, when I was doing freight, I don't do it anymore. I got fucked too many times, bro. What's going on, Level 4 Lobster? Good to see you, man. Welcome in. I have called all sorts of different companies in California. Like the way that you get customers is by calling businesses. You're basically cold calling businesses and trying to get them to put you on some kind of like, load list, right? Where I have this load, let me send this out. It's just you're just adding another email onto your chain. That's like as a dispatcher, someone who's taking care of all the freight that's going out. You're just adding an email onto your chain, right? Which a lot of folks don't want to add a shitload of emails onto their chain. I get that. Don't get me wrong. But uh I have called all sorts of places in California, and I did that for a couple years. And like City of Industry, for instance, it's a section of Los Angeles. There's not a lot of shit coming out of there. There's not a lot of stuff that you look at and you go, "Yep, that was made in California." Your biggest
Mm.
manufacturing states are Texas, Ohio, and Pennsylvania. Those are the biggest. And when you really look into the kind of things that like most people don't want to go into California as a trucker simply because there's not much to get in California and they wreck, I almost said a different word. They wreck drivers with tolls and like roadside tests and all this shit of your vehicles. It's a whole hassle. So there's not a lot of shit coming out of California unless it's stuff that's coming in by freight. So people buying stuff and then selling it somewhere else, which is just brokering shit. Or unless it's coming in by boat or by plane and it's coming from another country. There's no like manufacturing really going on there. Aside from like
If
Tesla.
you notice, the population starting, it looks like it's already peaked and it's beginning to come down.
Yeah. Well, I mean, these numbers are kind of weird because we're talking from 2020, right? The population went down and now it's going back up. So I'd like to see if we were to have our people come in here. Yeah, they don't export a heap of illegals, exactly. I'd like to see how many people actually end up on the census this year. Because I'm telling you,
Oh yeah.
there's a census coming soon. And I think it's going to come before the midterms. You got to think, bro, we're still over a year away, right? There's going to be a new census and it's going to have entirely new regulations. And there's probably going to be a group of people that are involved with it that are going to be like heavily auditing this, right? So it's not going to be, hey, we did the census, here's our number. It's going to be, hey, here's everyone that we did a census on. Here's all of their information. And then, with companies like Palantir, they can just input they'll probably be inputting all that into a computer, and then Palantir is going to go in, because Palantir is just an AI like data processing company, right?
Yeah.
So they'll have AI process everything and go, okay, this person's not legal, 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 and it's going to kick them off the census. Right, 100% Lobster, but with the way that people have obviously, yes, yeah, I know. With the way that people have obviously skewed the census in the country, I think we're going to see an early census. I'm telling you. I really do.
I'm gonna be honest. If they lose like 3 to 6 million because of the new census, that's gonna be wild.
They're going to lose a lot of power. Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying, dude. Like it genuinely seems like there's going to be some shit kicking off over the next year.
Available to you to
See, because remember, in the 2020 census, everyone was freaking out, and Trump was like getting in the way and impeding the census. And the reason that they were pissed off about it, all he wanted to do was make sure that people who weren't actually citizens weren't counted.
Yep.
Because that does have a direct effect on our elections. That's the only thing he wanted to do, was expedite the process of getting people who aren't actually citizens out of the census. It's the only reason they were pissed. And that's all he was trying to do.
Because I'm gonna be honest, I mean, even in people as simple as a temporary visa or I guess, a work visa, these people shouldn't be voting in our election either.
Correct.
And I bet you there's a good bit of them that is.
Yeah. So we'll see what happens. I mean, I'm not the biggest fan of Trump right now, and I have my reasons for that. But I would much rather Trump handle this issue front and center for someone else who can come in than just like lose the concept of democracy in the country, right?
Yep.
Like we're not a democracy. We have democratic elements, but that's it. But to skew the concept of a representative republic with people who don't actually live here, that is actually a threat to democracy, right?
Yep. Every illegal that votes takes away your voting power.
Yeah. And everyone in the country gives the state that they're in more voting power.
Yep.
That's the thing. If he
And
were
so
to...
I was going to say, if you have a state like California and they're creating sanctuary cities and trying to establish the right to vote, that's drowning out people like North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, all these, smaller population states, because it's now giving California even more voting power.
Yeah. Well, and here's really the bottom line, okay? There's two things that will destroy the Democrat Party. One is getting rid of illegals, and two is not letting people gerrymander house districts based on the color of their skin, because that's what they do, right? That was the Voting Act. Was it 1965, I think, or 1967? One of the two. Hold on. Let's look up the exact year.
I think the second one, I think it's 67, but I could be wrong as well.
1965. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the Voting Rights Act of 1965, that it's written in there and allows them to... Oh, hold on. Mr. Fista says, republics will always devolve into democracies, which devolve further into autocracies. Plato pointed out like 200 years ago after democracy was invented in 400 BC Athens. Yeah, 100%. But that's why you got to fucking hack it at the knees, dude. I mean, that's really what it is, right? Like, don't let it grow past a republic. Bottom line. Is it completely fair to everybody? No. But life's not fucking fair. And we have to look out for the benefit of the country and the citizens as a whole versus select groups of marginalized people. Fuck that, dude. Fuck that. I'm tired of taking care of the rest of the world.
To prevent more of this from happening. How is that not aiding and abetting?
Specifically in regard to our rules, I already took $40 million from the state of California. I'm doing a quick review of their lack of compliance for our rules. I have the ability, and I'm going to pull almost another $160 million. And then I have the ability for California to say, listen, you don't follow any of these rules that keep Americans safe. We're going to revoke your ability to issue a commercial driver's license. We have to use every tool in the toolbox to fight back and push back. But Donald Trump has said this many times. We have to find the funding. Who's supporting, who's funding all of these organizations with the ICE tracker, with these protests? We should know what radical left-wing billionaires are funneling this radicalism on our streets. And again, not keeping basic Americans straight. And if you don't think that the American people believe in what Donald Trump is doing, we had an election. He won the popular vote. He won the 7 key swing states. America wants us to make sure we get illegals out of the country. And you do that by way of ICE and aggressive action. But Kristi Noem, kudos to her. She has been relentless in her effort, regardless of what her agents are being thrown. They're going into the hardest places, whether L.A. or Chicago or New York, and they're arresting the bad people that are hurting American citizens. And that's what our country voted for with President Trump.
And as you all know, that right there is the truth. Now, as Secretary Duffy said, so far he's already pulled $40 million worth of federal funding out of California, and he's set to pull another.
Which is nothing, by the way. $40 million is nothing compared to the amount of money that they get in California.
$160 million if California doesn't start industrially revoking all of these illegal alien CDLs, so thank God for that. However, as this entire situation is unfolding with these illegal alien CDLs, there's actually yet another completely insane.
See, correct, Mr. Fista, I agree. Republics require a virtuous population to maintain them. We don't have a virtuous population anymore. We have a virtue signaling population. So there is no real virtue. There's just the signaling that there is virtue. And that's it. The second that anything could possibly take place to go against virtue that they agree with, all virtue goes out the window.
Yep.
Those are the people that we're dealing with right now. That's where our society's gotten us, right? And it's crazy eyes over here. See, he knows, dude. You can just look in his eyes and you can see he fucking knows. He knows.
He's got that Joker vibe.
He does, man. He does. He's getting more gray too. He's stressing.
Mm-hmm.
He's stressing. He knows. It's coming. It's coming.
Situation currently unfolding with some of these sanctuary states right this very moment. You see, California and Illinois have actually both recently begun instructing local police to not only not work with federal immigration officers, but to also start arresting and publicly identifying them. Now, I want you all to take a listen to what Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche just had to say about that, but first, I do want to say real quick that if you folks enjoy the daily news updates, please consider subscribing to the channel because it really does help a ton. But okay, check this out.
You cannot touch federal agents when they're doing their job, and that's something that they know. It's something that we reminded them of last night, because if you do, you're committing a crime. And the amazing thing about what happened is yesterday, President Trump announced and formally launched the Homeland Security Task Force. This is, in our modern history, the single largest effort by law enforcement to combat narco-terrorists and to get the scourge and the drug dealers out of this country. In just 60 days, we've arrested over 3,200 drug dealers and either gotten them out of this country or put them in jail. On that same day, you have Pelosi, you have other congresswomen, you have a congressman from New York, and you have the governor of Illinois not praising that, not thanking President Trump, but saying that federal law enforcement agents should be arrested. That's the best example of the difference between what this administration is doing and what the Democrats want done. And it's sad, and I feel bad for our federal law enforcement and their families and their wives and their husbands and their children when their mom goes to work every day putting their life on the line, and they have governors and leaders in the Democrat Party suggesting they should be arrested.
Folks, as if we didn't all.
So here's my question, right? And it's very simple. Why are they so adamant to keep these people in the country?
It's their political power.
Right. They're only adamant for one reason. See, if they cared so much about people in general, they would be doing something for the drug-addicted populations, for the homeless populations, for the populations that literally kill each other all the fucking time. But they're not doing anything for those. Those rates have not gone down. Instead, they've gone through the roof, out the ceiling. But they're focused on these people who aren't citizens of the country, instead of focusing on people who are actually citizens and actually suffering, right? Now, I may sound like a leftist when I say that, but isn't it funny how there's a selective outrage for those folks, but not the ones who are actually citizens and suffering in the country? Isn't that strange? Am I the only one that sees that? Like, there's veterans that are, like, they got their legs blown off and they're rolling around in wheelchairs to a fucking soup kitchen. And they're not getting a fraction of the benefits from these supposedly, like, liberal left-wing governors. Oh, cool. I'll check it out, Lobster. But their entire message falls apart the second they have any kind of scrutiny on the way that they deal with actual citizens. And then you see where their priorities lie, right? They paint us as Nazis and fascists and all this, when really, like, we would much rather people who are homeless be able to get the help that these people who don't even fucking live here get. And they've dumped billions of dollars into programs that are inherently designed to not work.
Mm-hmm.
And if they were just to take that money from those programs that they have and straight up disperse it to the homeless population, they'd actually see results.
Oh, yeah.
But it's what's the thing from the movie Casino where every place where the money gets moved, someone skims a little off the top. That's what happens with government funds in Democrat societies, right? Everyone needs their cut. And by the time it actually gets to the people where it's supposed to go, there's not enough left to really even make a difference. That's why I don't trust these people.
Already know this, but here's a reminder. The Democrat Party has become absolutely insane and unhinged. Keep in mind, our ICE agents are quite literally just out there enforcing federal immigration law that's already been on the books for decades. They're not even doing anything over the top or extreme. If you are in this country illegally, you have two options. You can either self-deport or you will be apprehended and forcibly deported by ICE. It really is just that simple. And so now, as you can all see, the Department of Justice is not messing around with any of this anti-ICE pushback. In fact, take a listen to what Attorney General Pam Bondi had to say about all of this just last night.
You cannot disclose the identity of a federal agent, where they live, anything that could harm them. Pritzker, same ballgame with him. And, you know, Pelosi got a letter today from Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche. So did Brooke Jenkins, that DA in San Francisco. We told them, preserve your emails, preserve everything you have on this topic, because if you are telling people to arrest our ICE officers, our federal agents. You cannot do that. You're impeding an investigation, and we will charge them if they think they have not met me, because we will charge them if they are violating the law. We will protect our federal agents. They're out there working nonstop, as you're showing right now during a shutdown. These people are out there working to keep Californians safe, yet you've got Pelosi out there saying to obstruct their investigation. You can't do it.
You hear that? You can't do it. And they won't be allowed to do it. Right this very moment, the Trump administration is cracking down on all of these sanctuary states, criminally pursuing everyone that's been impeding our federal immigration officers, and they're ripping away federal funding from all of these far-left states that refuse to comply. And so, hey, I don't know about all of you, but personally,
if they find actual criminal wrongdoing and everything that they're working on, here's the bottom line. They need to freeze their assets, their personal assets. You want to make these people capitulate? Freeze their assets. That's what they did to Trump. Yeah, 100%.
Yep.
Absolutely, Mr. Fista. But that's where you hit these people where it hurts. You freeze it all. They froze Trump's assets. They threatened to strip him of a bunch of his real estate and all sorts of assets that he's acquired over the past fucking 50 years. Do it to them. All right. Lobster wants me to open this video up. Here, I'll check it out.
Have you ever seen that video? No. Pull that video up.
The picture I'm about to show you is pretty controversial. They finally surfaced photographs of Donald Trump grabbing up.
Wait for it.
And I'm disgusted. It's supposed to be the president of the United States, and yet this is what we have. We have a guy that goes around grabbing pussies.
Her name was Kitty.
Oh my goodness.
That's fantastic, bro. That is amazing, dude.
Yeah, he was manhandling
that.
that pussy.
I love that shit, dude. Yeah, and see, he's supposed to be this big fascist, and you're fucking shaking hands with him. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Shaking hands with him, coming to the table with him. You know what I mean? Like,
isn't that like Barack Obama when Barack Obama, I think it was Trump and I think one other person along with Kamala Harris were all sitting next to each other, and like Obama's talking to Trump like just casually after Trump just won the election. Like even though every time Obama opens his mouth about Trump, he's always got something negative to say.
yeah.
It's like, come on. It's starting to look like a game. It looks like, oh, we're all friends, you know.
Right.
But the moment you turn your back, I'm going to talk some mad shit on you.
Yep. Then they know it, dude. They know it. The politicians do, at least. These fucking retards that they have voting for him, it's another story.
Yeah.
But the politicians know exactly what they're doing. They know exactly what they're doing. Yeah, Lobster, that was fucking good, dude. Yeah, that shit was hilarious, bro. I love that. All right.
I called this out a while ago, and I'm glad that some people are starting to realize this.
Oh, is this a Sargon of Akkad video he's going to be reacting to? Okay, here, hold on. Let me, Oh, wrong one. Shit. Let me pull this up here. All right. I don't want to take away from the real one. You know what I mean?
But basically, all of these protests, if you guys notice this, that it's just full of a bunch of old retards. Have y'all seen this before? Protests full of old retards.
Hi folks, sorry for the strange setup, but I'm obviously traveling at the moment. Sorry for the echo.
By the way, anybody who was around, like, on the internet back in 2016, Sargon of Akkad, fucking legend, bro. Benjamin Williams or something like that, I forget his name. He's such a legend, dude. He's such a legend, bro.
In here. It's not my choice, and there's nothing I can do about it. But I wanted to talk about the No Kings protests that happened a couple of days in America, because these were just boomer-tastic, and the whole thing seems to have gone off without a hitch and was genuinely quite funny to watch. So we're told by the BBC that millions turned out for the anti-Trump No Kings protest. Now, you may have seen people saying, well, they were using recycled footage from...
They should have turned up to vote.
17, which they probably were. But I suspect these were quite large protests, because this is, as far as I can tell, the hippies of the 60s.
Yes.
Yeah, so by the way, less than 10%. Yeah, less than 10% of the people that voted against Trump showed up to these, if their number is correct. Less than 10%. I don't actually believe it was 700 million or 7 million people. I don't believe it. I think that's a fucking lie.
It wouldn't shock me.
Yeah. So, you know, that's just how it goes, man.
Coming out to whine about things that
these are the hippies that complained about things in the 60s. This is their one final act of defiance. This is the final gift that they give to us. Complaining in the streets about Donald Trump.
Yeah.
That's it.
And what good did it do? What did it do? I know Lobster says it's motivating the voters. But what change did it make into what's going on right now? What change did it make? None.
I think it allowed us to win the culture.
Yeah. Dude, people are... See, that's the thing, bro, is like all these protests and everything, they're inundated with... hold on. I think Asmund says you can't find above 3 at the protests. Yeah, no shit. But all these protests and everything are inundated with videos that are of people being violent, and everyday people don't give a shit about that. I don't see anyone being won over by these protests. None whatsoever. Like, the activist culture is so fucking trash, dude. It's so trash. It's old hat. No one cares about it anymore. Nobody. Mm-mm. Like, the people who always have still do, but like regular everyday people, man, they just want to go to work and pay their bills. Yep. You know what I'm saying?
If you do it so much, it loses its effectiveness.
Right. And I'll tell you one thing, just a little side note on the economy. So people on the left are screaming about the economy and how things are more expensive and stuff like that. But these are the same people that when you say, well, for like the first 2 years of Biden's presidency, the stock market didn't go up. Well, that's something he inherited from Trump. Okay, well then now do Trump, right? Now do where we're at right now. You know what I mean? It's
crazy because even well-known economists came out and ruined their reputation by saying stupid stuff in 2016 and 2020 and in 2024, talking about how Trump was going to ruin the economy.
Yep. It never happened.
And every time they would endorse an even worse economic position, like Kamala's, like Biden's, and it just don't make sense.
Yeah. There it is. Easy peasy.
Simply
the
don't
last
really
push,
care
their last
them
dance,
and their radicalized grandchildren.
Well, literally, they're
are
dancing.
The only people who care about this.
Yes,
and so this genuinely amused me. But as the BBC says, huge crowds took part in the No Kings protests against President Donald Trump's policies in cities in the U.S. On Saturday, including New York, Washington, D.C., Chicago, Miami, and Los Angeles.
No, this problem's not going to exist. It won't exist in 10 years because they all be dead, right? I mean, like just in 10, 15 years, they're going to be dead. So it's going to go away. But the problem is that my generation, the millennials, are going to grow up and be as insufferable and annoying as the boomers. So the millennials will replace the boomers in being this insufferable, annoying group of people. It's going to happen.
So yeah, major left-wing strongholds. Duh. Thousands packed New York City's iconic Times Square and streets all around, with people holding signs with slogans like "Democracy, not monarchy," and "The Constitution is not optional."
That's what the right was saying for the past fucking 10 years. For the past 10 years, the right has been protesting infringements on the Constitution. More than that, 20 years. Now this is a left-wing thing?
Well, to be fair, what happened to all the leftists who spoke out against, after 2001, we signed into law, or I think 2002, we signed into law the Patriot Act. There was so many leftists that protested against that. Where are those leftists at today?
Yep.
It's interesting. Like the left has become the establishment, the corporate entity. The same thing we used to complain about the right. The only problem is now that the right finally broke away from it, now they're treating us as though we're this fringe, weird minority.
And we're not.
But as Trump said, we're the silent majority, and we've been silent long enough.
Yeah. Because it obviously isn't. They obviously aren't the majority. They lost the popular vote.
Yep.
That's just the bottom line. So we'll see what happens.
What are you talking about? Trump is constantly engaged in a legal back and forth with the judges in the United States who are contesting his abilities as weighed up by the Constitution. In fact, some might say it's becoming a bit of a problem because it is presenting legal challenges where there ought not to be legal challenges. And in fact, many of the things that they're complaining about, such as the overturning of Roe versus Wade, were not Trump's decision. They were the Supreme Court decision.
Right.
A body that is outside of his power and constantly
Well, I mean, to
makes
be fair, I mean, the Trump did appoint the people that made that decision. I mean, so like it's partially true, it's partially not true. I think the reason why, the big reason why I think that it's a lot of old people is because old people still believe mainstream media. Like a lot of normal people have moved past mainstream media, but old people, you've got to remember that a lot of scams and things like that, they intentionally target old people because they're dumb. They're dumb. They don't understand technology. They don't understand the current world. They're 70 years old. They understood things 50 years ago. That was a long time ago. Now they don't get it. And so they get scammed constantly. That's just how it is.
You there, lower class?
Shit, I was muted. All right. So what I was saying, sorry. So what I was saying was, these are the same people who are getting called by some Indian call center, and they're convincing them to go to Target and get 7 different cards with $500 on each of them, and then come home and give them the numbers off of each of them, right? And who are the people who are most at risk of these scams? The people at these protests.
Yep. Well, and now they've even moved on to Bitcoin. Have you seen some of the Bitcoin scams where they're trying to get them to go to these Bitcoin ATMs and deposit money into Bitcoins to then send it off to something like Chase Bank or Wells Fargo or other type of banks, which they lie to them to get them to send their hard-earned money away.
Yeah. We have to get your money out of your account so we can secure it. And these dipshits that go to these protests, they fucking believe that. And they're hardcore left-wing, all these older boomers, so they immediately think, well, they don't have an American accent, so they must be a good person, right? That's the whole rhetoric behind all of this anti-deportation stuff, is they're all a bunch of really good people.
Mm-hmm.
And that's
and to be fair, there's another angle to it. A lot of these call centers and these like customer support centers, a lot of them have like their, I guess, corporate offices in India, and so they get used to the, I guess, the Indian voices every time they get help and go to the call center. But the ironic thing is, Indians are also setting up these scam centers where they'll call you as though they're customer support or this, that, and the third, and then rob you.
Yeah. No, that's a good point, man. I didn't even think about that. See, the chatter down here in the bottom right, based. Old retards. 100%.
And so they're sitting there, and they're the ones that are keeping mainstream media on life support. And when they're gone, mainstream media goes away too. Because they're not bringing in a new audience of people. They're just doubling down on farming boomers. They lived in World War II in Nazi times? No, they did not. They lived after that. The baby boom was after World War II. None of these people lived through World War II. Absolutely not.
Decisions against him, in fact.
They lived in one of the most economically prosperous times in the entire history of humankind, and especially inside of America.
So this whole thing is just really funny.
No.
Because nobody is saying that Trump is a king other than a very, very, very marginal fringe on the right.
Well, just to make him upset.
I don't know.
It's a very small percentage of people that actually believe he's a king. A very small majority, or a very small minority. I mean, when you think there are 300 and there's over 350 million people in the United States, 7 million people actually went to these protests. So let's be real here. Who actually believes this guy is a king that is taking control of the United States? Who actually believes that?
About 7 million of them.
Yeah.
I think they genuinely believe this delusion.
Right. But look at the percentage, though. That's what I'm saying. There's over 350 million people in the country.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
That's 7 million. If he was actually usurping power, there would have been 100 million people taking to the streets.
Well, let me be even honest with you. To be fair, I think most of the people that are engaging in politics today have no clue what's been happening in their politics, and they're now starting to pay more and more attention. That's why we keep seeing the voting numbers keep rising, because as we become polarized, more people pay attention, and they see Trump doing all this stuff that people keep claiming, oh, unconstitutional or taking away rights, and they don't realize that, holy shit, out of the last 8 or 9 presidents we've had, rights have been deteriorating at a rapid rate.
Very much
Most
so.
people don't know. Most people don't know Barack Obama killed 2 U.S. citizens. One of them being a 16-year-old boy. They don't realize that Barack Obama sold guns to the cartel to try and track them, which ultimately resulted in, I think, 13, not Homeland Security, Border Patrol agents dying directly due to these guns.
Yep.
And it's it's just so silly because realistically, Trump hasn't done anything that's any graver than the last 2 presidents we've had. I would say Bush did something far more worse and lied us into war. I would say Obama
100%.
did something far more worse by killing U.S. citizens without trial. It's insane.
Well, and just killing civilians of other countries the way that he was, dude. He was basically carpet bombing foreign countries with drone strikes.
Yeah,
right?
but I mean, I guess you could argue, okay, Trump's been in a couple conflicts, but the least you could, I guess, to give them some credit, the only thing you'd have the ability to say is Trump continued it, but he didn't start it. He may have continued it, but he didn't start it. So all this stuff you're laying blame on him, you were quiet for the last 20 years.
Right.
It's because now you're starting to pay attention. Well, guess what? You're on the wrong side.
Yeah.
But you don't know that because you weren't paying attention.
Right. The establishment class is now screeching and scraping down this slide for their lives. And there's people who follow these folks and listen to every word they say and take it as gospel. So now we have people out in the streets. Tom G, I agree. I agree to an extent. I don't agree with no one actually thinks he's a king, because there are people who genuinely believe that he is a king and he's taking power that isn't actually his, when everything he's doing is legal on the books. That's why they're losing every lawsuit. They're losing at literally every turn right now. This is why they didn't want him to be president. This is why they didn't want him, why he got shot. These are the things that they wanted to stop. And they fucking failed. So now they're dealing with it. And they're making it seem like it's looking really optimistic for them, but I'm telling you, it's not. It's going to be a long, drawn-out process, but there's still a year before the midterms, dude. Letitia James just got arrested today.
Yeah, I see she pleaded not guilty.
Of course, yeah. This is going to be...
I love it. I love it, because I'm glad she's not taking a plea deal.
This is what, like, remember, I said this. This is just the beginning. Like I said, over the next year, we're going to see a lot of people getting put into handcuffs. And they're just getting started, I promise you. I promise you, dude. It's going to happen. It's going to happen.
And to be honest, I would give these people the same trial that they gave January 6 people.
100%.
Oh, you want to change venues? Oh, well, no, we're not going to allow that. You want these special privileges that you get in court? No, we're not going to allow that. And to be honest, I would even go one step further. They're all going to be filmed and shown to the public.
They should.
We're going to make sure all these trials are public.
They should be. So every bit of evidence is given to the American people, which they're not going to do that with Tyler Robinson. I can promise.
I'm going to be honest. If I'm Trump and I'm in Trump's position, and or not Trump, but if I'm the prosecutors, no, I'm going to make all this publicly known. I mean, I know there are probably some things that could, I guess, there may be things inside the truth that may be detrimental to the country, but it's at a certain point we've gone so far away from the truth that if I'm the one that's trying to get back to the truth, I'm going to present it all.
Yeah.
And I'm going to show the public, hey, look, the whole Epstein stuff, that could have been handled if Trump would have sat down, or not even sat down, for 3 hours, gone through some of the details of the files. If him, Pam Bondi, Tash Patel, Dan Bongino, if they got together and they had a 3-hour press conference to go through all the data of what they have, and they could have painted the picture. See, it seems like we're missing all these tapes. We can't find these videos that were reportedly taken from his house, this, that, and the third. They could have easily went around this whole scandal just by making it public. Just show us. Yep. I get there's intelligent stuff behind it, but it's like we're getting to a point to where we can't trust nobody. So if you're going to be the one preaching about the truth, just give us the truth.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. But the thing is, he needs Israel on his side.
Movie? Well, that's true.
He needs Israel on his side. And if it's shown, like, there's already a growing sentiment in the country that Israel is not a benefit to the United States, right? I agree with that sentiment, by the way. But what I'm saying is, what better way to absolutely destroy public opinion on this country that we've given, like, almost $300 billion to over the past 30, 40 years than to expose them for what was happening on Epstein's Island?
Yeah.
I mean, that's just it, right? And when you expose that, you're going to expose the kind of power that they have within Congress. You're going to expose the power they have within the Senate. You're going to expose all these different very rich and powerful people that are in bed with that little country over there. And what's up, Robert Whaley? Good to see you, man. Welcome in, bro. Welcome in. You're going to expose all of these incredibly powerful people that are in bed with this country, and it's going to overturn a lot of, like, public sentiment and trust in our government institution. And we don't know what's going to happen after that. But we don't... Go ahead.
We don't know the truth now, and look at where it's leading.
Yeah.
It's leading to that same thing. So to be honest, it's one of those to where if they rip the Band-Aid off now...
Yep.
And you can tell the people the truth, a lot of people are going to move on, because the same thing happened with Jonathan Pollard. I'm shocked that we would still be allies after, Israel was buying classified information off Jonathan Pollard and then selling it to the Soviet Union, someone we were directly at arms with in the Cold War. This would be high treason. I mean, we've tried to hit people with treason who's done less than this. And their relationship improved. We know about it. Their influential people keep coming back, and I guess speaking to Congress to try and get him released and stuff like that. And I did find out he was released, I think, in 2021, where he moved to Israel and gained a citizenship.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Isn't that fucking convenient, bro?
Yeah. And I mean, in 1994, Bill Clinton spoke with Netanyahu, and Netanyahu asked him to release Jonathan Pollard. And I think he met with three different presidents to try and get him to release Jonathan Pollard. We're talking about someone who is selling classified secrets to our greatest enemy that I can think of since World War II.
Yeah.
Like, it's insane. It's like we want to call this person an ally, and it's like, look, we don't have to hate them, but it's getting to a point, if we're covering up for them, we're going to build this resentment inside of our nation. And soon, I'm not going to be in political power. You're not going to be in political power. It's going to be the younger and younger generation. And if we're not careful, that resentment toward a nation from hiding all these secrets and finding out later on could cause a very bad reaction toward how we view the people of Israel. And so it's better to rip the Band-Aid off now and, and get it over with than it is to just keep hiding it. And then eventually that resentment just keeps building.
So I'll say this, right? And here's one thing that this may sound controversial, and I'm not saying I agree with this sentiment, but it's something that I was thinking about as you were talking. There's a very good chance that Trump needs Israel and Mossad's help to get things done in the country. Because we already know they have spies that spy on our government, right?
Yep.
What if he's getting info on other people through them? What if they have people that are in the Democrat Party, which we already know, like, the Democrats are funded by AIPAC just like the Republicans are, What if he's getting intel on them? What if he knows he's learning the kind of shit that they've been up to because of Mossad? And I'm not saying I think that's a good thing. That is fucking abhorrent.
Yeah.
But, yeah, right, exactly, Robert Whaley, 100%.
Well, I mean, what if he's providing us dirt on a lot of our Democratic operatives?
See, so Tom, I don't even I know this is going to sound bad. At this point, I'm kind of less concerned with who was serviced by Epstein, quote unquote, and more of what kind of foreign influence did that entire debacle gain a different country, right? To me, that's much more important because that has cascading effects where, we find out who actually fucked, kids on that island or whatever. That's one thing. And they need to go to jail, be buried in the prison, put them in Gen Pop, please, right? No protective custody bullshit. But
different outfit.
Yes. But right, yeah, 100%. Mark them. Put a tattoo on their hands or their face. But the cascading effect really comes from foreign influence in our own government, right?
Yeah.
To me, that is the crux of what we need to learn from the Epstein files.
If I had a choice to whether to go after all the famous people that were in the files or to go after all the government officials or the government entities that are in the files, I would choose the government entities every day of the week.
Oh, yeah,
and
100%.
Even if that means that I never get to know all the famous people that were in the files. The reason being is, to me, it's quite weird that Epstein in 2008 and 2009, right before he gets his plea deal, goes and visits the Prime Minister Ehud Barak or whatever.
Yeah, Ehud Barak,
it's like, to me, that's weird. And it's okay, I don't think he was a prime minister, but I think he's a former prime minister in which Netanyahu went to go visit. And That to me is weird.
Yeah.
Because it's okay, well, right before he gets his plea deal after getting criminally charged, he goes and visits a foreign leader? Like that's insane.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so the question is this another Jonathan Pollard situation?
Well, yeah, and Ehud Barak, by the way, went to the island like 36 confirmed times.
Yep. Slept with him in his New York apartment.
Yeah. So why would the Prime Minister of Israel be going to this island? Because I don't think the guy was going there to do stuff with kids.
No.
He was going there on official business.
Yep.
Like, let's be real here. You know? So I think a lot of the way that people have looked at this thing, where is it possible that Trump had something to do with that or whatever? Maybe, right? But that's the least of my concerns. My biggest concern is the Israeli influence on our government. And people want to, like, I had that one guy on, he's a big fucking, he's a self-proclaimed wall kisser, all right? This isn't me calling him that.
Yep.
Okay, but
Can confirm.
Yes. But he was saying how, AIPAC gives money to politicians that aren't very friendly. All right, so let me just back this up here. What has Elizabeth Warren voted on in the interest of Israel? Let's go to AI mode. All right, so since 2024, she's been prominent in writing conditions. She delivered a floor speech supporting a bill that provided military funding for Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan, which included a $10 billion. So she supported a bill that provided military funding for Israel. See, I'm trying to go back here. I want to go back prior to. Oh, see, I'm not worried about that, man. He can jump in. He's welcome to. We'll fight on this. Hold on. What aid packages has Elizabeth Warren voted on for Israel? Show more, motherfucker.
Yeah.
'Cause I was looking it up, bro. There was like a $35 billion package she voted in favor of. Hold on, let me go back real quick. There we go.
Interesting. Hold on. Oh, well, once you get done with that one, look and see, does Bernie Sanders get paid for it from AIPAC? And the only reason why I pointed that out is because he has a bill saying to block. He had a bill not that long ago to block aid for Israel. Okay, so, I assumed that. Okay, I was just wondering if they were funding him while he was actively being critical of Israel.
Well, so back in 2010, 2023, Bernie was endorsed by AIPAC. Then earlier this year, after Trump became president, by the way.
Oh, look at that. I bet Open Secret. I seen you've already clicked on this. I bet Open Secrets.
Yeah. All right, so Joe Biden got $4 million. Robert Menendez from New Jersey, the guy that got clipped for corruption last year, he got $2.5 million. Hillary Clinton got almost $2.5 million. Kamala Harris got almost $2.5 million. Mark Kirk, 2.2. Joe Lieberman, almost 2. Mitch McConnell got almost 2. Ted Cruz got almost 2. Chuck Schumer got almost 2. I mean, like, John McCain, that's not surprising at all.
I'm shocked it's that low.
But see, the thing is, though, right? Like, we also don't know. Like, the biggest thing to keep in mind here is this is how much got donated to their campaigns. Yep. This is not what kind of market knowledge they got. This isn't like, so you got to understand, when we're talking about the stock market, if a foreign country invests $500 million into a company, let's say even fuck it, like $50 billion into a company, and these guys have stock in it, that stock goes up almost like basically immediately. Yep. Right? Like, and they say, hey, we're about to throw a bunch of money into this company. Go ahead and, whether it's you or your spouse, hey, Nancy Pelosi, go ahead and get this stock in because it's about to go up. Put this much money in it, you'll make this much. That is probably going to trump all of these campaign donations, right?
Well, also look at it like this. When it's about time Israel starts requisitioning a arms deal or some type of security deal in which they want to buy new arms. Well, guess what? This would be the perfect time to invest in Boeing. This would be the perfect time to invest in Lockheed Martin. This is a perfect time to invest in all these companies.
Yep.
And well, the interesting thing is, all the viewers that are in the chat, I want you to look at this list of names. How many of these people are we actively fighting in politics today that are actively ruining our country? So the question is, it seems like AIPAC cares so much about their allyship with Israel that they're willing to fund people who are actively destroying our country.
Yep. 100%. Yeah, Tom, that's why they won't release it. Exactly.
Damn, Lindsey Graham didn't even get $1 million. I'm gonna fucking sell out for nothing.
Well, he basically got it. But, he's also a fucking war hawk, right? So like you said, hey, this war is about to kick off. We're all ready for it. Go ahead and invest in Lockheed Martin and stuff. We're going to put troops on the border. It's going to go up then. You can invest a little more, and then we're going to go to war. And then you're going to vote for this military aid package, aren't you? Yeah, right. So when that much money goes into the military aid packet, just like our wall kisser friend that was on, okay, what did he say? Well, it's typically just a contract that we have to go through American-made military manufacturers. Well, what does that do for their stock?
It skyrockets. To be honest, it's the only time it skyrockets.
Right.
We go to war or we sell military arms.
Yes. And what do they start investing with? The tax money that we pay them. So go fuck yourselves. Right?
And to be fair, if you go back to that list, look at the list of the people AIPAC fund, and then look at the list of people who voted yes for war.
Right.
And it seems to be this correlation. I bet you everyone on that list voted for the Iraq War that was here during the Iraq War. I bet all those people voted for Afghanistan. That, it's just kind of one of those things to where, okay, let's say they don't have complete influence. Well, the question is, it seems like there's a pattern between AIPAC donations and support for a war.
Yep.
And it's like if there's some type of, not causation, but correlation, that's government. That's a government influencing our own.
Right. And it's just so out in the fucking open too. You know what I mean? Like when you look at someone like Nancy Pelosi or what's his name, Rick Scott. He's a Republican. I'm very anti-Rick Scott. When you look at people like them, who they have made hundreds of millions of dollars while being in Congress. And what do the shills say? Well, they're just good with their money. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself.
The interesting thing is you're starting to see kind of the this rise of this slang word, the woke right, and you're having people who generally vote no on spending. So you have MTG, you have Massey, you have Rand Paul, you have all these people who used to be part of or early supporters of the MAGA movement, and now they're being criticized by the right. The interesting thing is all of these people are the people who don't really have APAC representatives around them. These are the same people who kind of were there from the beginning when they were screeching about the Democrats coming after Trump. It's like all these people supported, hey, the Russiagate's bullshit. We need to do this. Well, guess who supported the Russiagate? Lindsey Graham, Mitt Romney, um, all the
Yeah.
Democrats, along with these Republicans. Now that Trump's working with Marco Rubio is another one,
Yeah.
and it's like
It is
all the people who
absolutely
origin.
crazy.
It's insane. Like all
Yeah.
these people, like the people, like Trump vowed that one of the one of the first people he wants to primary is Thomas Massey. Well, guess what? Thomas Massey was one of the few people who were saying, "Hey, this Russia collusion stuff, bullshit," and the government crossed the line with with these FISA warrants. Well, guess what? That we just voted on an extension or to reform the FISA warrants. Guess what happened? All the Republicans voted no. Trump didn't speak about it. Mike Johnson voted to not reform the FISA warrants, the same FISA warrants that almost got President Trump kicked out of office. Like this stuff smells weird.
Because they're probably going to do the exact same thing to the Democrats.
Exactly. I
I mean,
also
let's
think
just
this
be
is
real here, bro. Let's just be
yeah,
real.
no, you're absolutely right. Well, and the other thing is, it's a good way to get illegal immigrants. But the problem is you're playing with fire
Yep.
because we almost didn't get Trump. And it's like if we almost didn't get Trump, where the fuck would we be right now? We would be that much further to the left.
Yeah.
And see the problem is with like if they were violating Trump's rights, who do you think they're gonna question violating yours?
Not at all.
It's like, man, bro. I think maybe 6 Republicans voted against or voted for reforming the FISA warrants, and it was the usual bunch, the
Yep.
same people who are getting kind of excised from the MAGA movement.
Yep.
And it's just like the right's if the right's not careful, the right's gonna crumble, and the left is gonna take that and run with it.
Well, it's so here's the thing that I see happening, right? So right now you still have like a coalition of people that are on the right that are pro-Israel. And it's a pretty large bunch of them too, right? Like Nick Fuentes, he's getting flack. Don't get me wrong. He's getting flack. He's getting attention. People are starting to listen to what he has to say. I don't think it's enough though to really make like a huge difference right now.
Yep.
Now, you give it 10, 15 years when he's 35, 40 years old. It's going to make a difference then. But
Shit,
right now...
give it 5 years.
Right.
Because I think this is why Trump's been so heavy on Israel, because he is very worried that the Israel sentiment is destroying itself in America. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if the generation under me, which I'm 30 years old, so I'm like, I'm not
Z.
millennial, but
no, you're
yeah,
a
Gen
millennial,
Z.
aren't you?
I'm 30, 1995.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure millennials stops at like 99, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, okay, so Gen Z, like they're like at 30. They may be at like 30% support for Israel, and it's like, yes, some of that's kind of bullshit. Just because, I mean, a lot of them take it so far that they support
Scott Hotvet, what's
Hamas.
going on, dude? Good to see you.
But Israel sentiment is fucking plummeting, and Israel is the one to blame. And it's like, if okay, yep. See, I just fall in it.
Okay, yeah. So the millennials are 81 to 96. I did not realize that. I thought I could have sworn that the millennials was like 86 to 99, but who knows? You know what I mean?
I didn't think I fit in it.
Because Gen X, they were all born in the 60s, right? Like, I think Gen X is like 65 or something like that.
Because now the boomers, what are the boomers? What's the year length between the boomers?
46 to 64. So that's all the soldiers that came back. Oh, really? They were called the silent generation in 28 to 45? I didn't realize that. I thought the greatest generation was all the way up to 45.
Those would be the people that came back from World War II. The boomer generation would be the children that were born because
the soldiers came back and just started fucking, dude. Like crazy. Scott Hotbed, good to see you, my brother. Hell, bro. Welcome in. Welcome in. Yeah, I know, Lobster. That shit's crazy. It's one of the things that made me, like, kind of look at him differently. When he said that Kamala Harris would have been better for the country than Trump, I don't believe that at all for a second. It probably would have been better for him to have, like, if she would have won that election, he would probably, like, have rose to incredibly higher prominence than he is right now. I'll be honest. What up, Stamey? Welcome back, dude.
See, lower class. I don't think he believes that because I just watched a debate between him and I'm pretty sure it was Destiny from a year ago, where he's more in serious mode, and well, no, it wasn't Destiny. It was Dean Withers, and he talks about like, and you can tell he's using more of his genuine voice, or he's being more genuine, and he talks about that there's no chance that he would vote Kamala over Trump.
Well, he didn't say, like, so to be frank, like, he didn't say that he would vote for her, but what he said was we would be better off if she became president. Like, he actually said that. You know what I mean?
But it's like, to give him some grace, because that's a wild fucking statement. It's because it's so continuing the status quo would be better than change. That's a wild statement. But is he saying because of the resentment that builds against the establishment class that it would be if Trump's not going to bring the change, it would be better to continue the establishment to keep building that resentment?
Well, here, hold on. Stamey, go ahead. Yeah, bro, jump in. No, so what he said, like, I watched the stream. So what he said was, if she became president, what would have happened is you'd have not just a bunch of lefties protesting Israel, because the second Trump became president, now a bunch of these, like, bigger influencers, Benny Johnson and all them, Charlie Kirk and all them, right? And, like, I'm not trying to besmirch his name or nothing, but it just is what it is. So you had all these big influencers who were incredibly pro-Israel shut up about things like the Gaza war and stuff. What up, Stamey?
That's a wild entrance.
He's got it set up like that, yeah. But so no, he did, Tom. He did. No, I watched it. Because his whole concept behind that was there would be people on the right and the left both protesting, because that's one thing that the left was doing for the past, like, year and a half of Biden's presidency. Like, remember the DNC when they literally, like, scaled the barricades that they had put up for them, and, like, they were running into these massive public speaking venues and stuff where these Democrats were, and they were protesting all these Democrat politicians. He's saying we would be better off with her because there would be so many more people, the right and the left, both being able to. Oh, God damn it! All right, Tom. Holy shit, dude. Like it.
Does he not believe you?
No, he doesn't. Obviously, so
because I'm gonna be honest, I could see Nick saying that. I just don't think
he fucking said it. He said it. Now I gotta go back.
I can see him saying that.
So
I've been gone for quite a while. You were playing video games last time I was here.
You coming?
You know what? Here, hold on. I'll look it up on X.
I was gonna say, I bet you we could also find a clip of it, not from him, but of it on YouTube.
Pretty sure this is it. Nick Fuentes updates. I just gotta go down. God damn it. Show more, motherfucker.
I'm gonna help you look for it, lower class 2.
Or is it Fuentes updates? Fuentes updates. I'm pretty sure this is the page. This is the page because I'm following them. Yeah. All right.
What are you guys talking about?
Nick Fuentes said that the country would be better off if Kamala Harris was president. Hold on. They made it like Fuentes updates.
I have the clip.
You do? Okay. Okay.
But it's from a page. It's 16 minutes long, and it's from Kyle Kalinske. It says Nick Fuentes says Kamala is would be better than Trump. But I think a lot of it has to do with Kyle Kalinski's commentary. So I'm still looking for just a little bit of the clip.
God, it was like a fucking month ago too. I'll look it up for you, Tom. Look, here's what I'm saying, right? So it has less to do with the fact that I don't like the guy, because I like a lot of what he says, but he fucking said this shit. God damn, dude. It posts so many times, bro. I just gotta keep fucking scrolling. What date was that from? Can you look at when that's from?
Yeah, 3 months ago. That's
fuck me. Okay, so I'm gonna have to go all the way down.
because it seems to be
Jesus Christ. I'm only in okay.
When the Epstein
got a way to go.
When the Epstein stuff started. Or at least that's when Kyle covered it.
Yeah, it was 3 months ago. It was forever ago.
Hold on. This video. I found the video.
Did you?
Nick Fuentes says Kamala is better than Trump. Kyle Kalinske show.
Yeah, so can you send that to me in Discord?
Yeah, 1 second.
Thank
Let me
you.
pull. I'm gonna see and make sure this is him saying it before I pull some up, and it's like just dude rambling. Here, I'll put it in the back. You let me know if this is the video, Corey. Burn your MAGA hat, and Nick Fuentes says Kamala is better than Trump. Is that what you're talking about? It's a guy reacting to what he said, but...
So the fascist streamer Nick Fuentes, he's
Okay.
been.
I'm sorry, Tom.
Worse.
I don't
fucking
care.
even know who the guy is.
But you have what I
We're trying
call
to find Nick
soft Trump
Fuentes,
support,
buddy.
which is sort of the apolitical people.
See,
who
I
just at the last
don't
minute
care
say,
what
"I
he
guess
has
I'll go
to
Trump."
say about it.
He's
What
going
I
to
care
do
is the
something
clip.
that will cause quite a
care
stir
about what Nick
among
is
the
saying,
MAGA
not
faithful. Watch
Kyle
this.
Kalinske.
I'm done playing these games. I just see these
Save your
people.
fingers.
And for somebody that's been doing it for not even as long as him, but I've been doing this for 8 years since the first Trump administration started. I've seen it for so long, and Trump's just not getting it right. And I just shake my head. I see these people. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to make our voice heard. We're going to tell them we really don't want an amnesty. And I just shake my head. I'm like, yeah, sorry, I'm not doing it. I won't do it. And I think the only solution is this. We need to burn our MAGA hats. I think that's a solution. That's the only language Trump will understand. He needs to be abandoned at this point. You bombed Iran. You're talking about an amnesty for illegals. And people say, well, maybe he'll do it. Maybe he won't. It doesn't. You shouldn't be talking about an amnesty. You said mass deportations. Now you're talking about we're going to let these illegals stay in our country and take our jobs.
I love how he's not reckoning.
I don't
with the
care what
fact
you have to say about
that,
it.
Yes, Trump has
fucking
said if you
loser.
Let these illegals stay in our country and take our jobs.
know
What was the
that
point
you
of
are.
any of it? And then before we can even digest that crap, now he's going to tell us there's no Epstein black book. There's no client list. The message needs to be this: we're done. We don't understand. The radical right is fucking furious. We are done. Forget the midterms. Forget 28. Fuck you. Fuck Vance. The GOP. All of it. We're not getting anything. The corporations got their tax cut. Israel got their bombing campaigns. We're building military bases for them right now. And what do we get? Illegal immigrants get to keep the jobs they took. We get another war, and we get a brazen lie about how our government is controlled by a blackmail ring from a foreign intelligence agency. So I'm burning my MAGA hat. I didn't vote for Trump, but I'm burning my MAGA hat. I think other people should too. I'm going to post a video later tonight and just set this thing on fire.
Oh, it's getting spicy over there on the right, y'all. But
Pizzagate, Clinton cash, Fast and Furious, Tower 7, Bush lied, that kind of corruption. We thought it would be different. We thought that was over. Maybe that it was impossible, that Trump represented this wrecking ball of truth and anti-corruption and the populist movement or something like that. Obviously, that is now over. Obviously, now there are no illusions anymore. He is just like the rest of them. He is just like the rest of them. Lying to our faces about something so gross, something so obvious, so in your face. Epstein did not kill himself. Everyone knows that. Obviously, he ran a blackmail ring. And he's going to sit there and get defensive and play games. And he's going to stand on the graves of the people in Texas and say, why is everyone...
Trump's not a moderate. Trump is a fucking New York Democrat, okay? He's a New York Democrat. He's the first Republican to run pro-gay marriage. He's the first pro-choice Republican to run. I mean, like, that's not even a question anymore.
Everyone even talking about this? Let's move on. Are you kidding me? I mean, that's worse than Hillary Clinton. Like, you want to say, fuck you, man. Fuck you. They were right about you. You are a con. You are a joke. And all that kind of stuff that we thought was kitschy and funny at one time. The hair, the ridiculous spray tan, his complete ignorance about everything, the long tie, all of it. What used to be endearing and charming and funny now is tacky and lame and dorky and stupid. If it's just like the left, it's like we're getting Hillary Clinton in a worse suit.
So at one point he said he's worse than him.
Yeah, no, but I'm not arguing that, Tom. The whole point of me playing all this is specifically so I can get the clip where he said that Kamala Harris was better than Trump. Okay, he's playing a different video.
My MAGA hat, we got he's worse than Hillary Clinton, and now we get this.
I never told anybody to vote for Kamala, and I didn't either. I think she would have been a disaster in her own special way. But I said in some ways, this makes her less dangerous in a certain sense. Because if she did the things that Trump is doing now, nobody would stomach it. If she buried the Epstein files, there'd be a riot in the streets. If she bombed Iran, every conservative would be speaking out and screaming in opposition, except for maybe Mark Levin. If she said, we're going to give an amnesty for the farm workers, which, by the way, that's a Biden program. Biden was going to do that. If she did it, nobody would be defending it. But because it's Trump, because it's him, there's going to be a major section of the right wing of the disaffected white working class that's going to find every excuse to say it's all part of the plan. Here's why it's actually a good thing. You know, TikTok, we just have to wait a few more years. And then, you know, Guantanamo Bay, QAnon is going to be lining up James Comey and, you know, all these other people. So in some sense, there's a special danger with Trump, which is, and I said this at the beginning of the year, it's this exuberance. He really came in the second term. And I think maybe that's what it is, thinking he could get away with anything, thinking, and you know, you can almost empathize with that mindset. If you survived what he survived, if you've been through what he's been through in the past 10 years, you would think, I'm Napoleon, I'm crowning myself, like I'm untouchable. And it's July, we're halfway through the first year, and he's losing even as you said, he's even lost cat turd.
No, he hasn't. That's where he's wrong. Because you have to pay close attention.
Cat turd's a fucking dipshit, dude. Sorry. Here's where I stand. Anybody who will see,
you didn't even show the clip.
What the fuck?
Dude? Didn't even show it.
Bro, I actually watched no, hold on. I watched this. I'm just gonna find it myself.
It's just weird that it's not on there.
I'm gonna find it myself.
I think I may have the clip. I'm watching it to double check.
Yeah, make sure.
Yeah, go ahead. My bad.
Oh, you're good, bro.
I got Tom G riled up out here, dude.
Yeah, I know. See, I just don't I don't keep fucking clip chimp shit like this saved, right? See, and then it goes from like October 27th or 23rd to 2020. Like, no, they're not. They're not. They're in reference. It was a fucking Fuentes updates video that God damn, son. I was scrolling through X and I pulled it up, and that was just it. It wasn't something that I saw from someone else. It was literally like from his own like fan page clip where he said the world would be better off if Kamala Harris was president, simply because, from his words, everybody would be fighting against Kamala versus just the right, and everyone would be fighting against Kamala except her opposition, and that's not true. Like, everyone would have rallied around that bitch.
Right.
There we go. That's it right here.
Yep.
This is it.
Every other thing was just a pretext to get America to fight their wars on their behalf. We get that. What is lost on a lot of people is the role that Republicans play in this. Everybody recognizes that the Democrats are wicked because they support abortion and they support transgenderism and child genital mutilation and gay marriage and feminism and pornography and all these things. We recognize the left is evil. And because of this, we have a tendency to unthinkingly always support the right wing. Why? Because the Republicans are better than the Democrats, because Donald Trump is going to be better than Kamala. But look at the role that Donald Trump has played in this. Look at how he's legitimized this. Here's a little perspective. Let's say that Kamala Harris had won the election in 2024. Let's just say, for the sake of argument, she won. Do you think that any Trump supporter would believe that she won fair and square? Of course not. Everybody would be saying the election got stolen and all the elections are rigged. And if Kamala doubled down on supporting Ukraine as Trump has, people would be protesting and speaking out against it. If Kamala bombed Iran, there'd be riots in the streets. People would say our illegitimate president, who cheated her way into the nomination, she's the successor to this zombie, this like Manchurian candidate. In a rigged election, she acceded to power. Now she's expanding the war. She's expanding World War III into the Middle East. Everybody would say this is illegitimate. This is like a crime. The elections are stolen. The candidates are fake. They're bringing us to endless wars. But because it was Trump, do you know that 90% of Republicans supported the strike? 90% of Republicans supported
90% that take polls.
Trump bombing Iran on Israel's behalf. Because it was Trump. If it was Kamala, do you think 90% of Republicans would have supported it? Absolutely not. Democrats wouldn't support it, independents wouldn't support it, and Republicans would not support it. And there
He says that, but that is entirely speculative.
There would be unanimity. There would be a consensus that this fake president, this corrupt, centrist, liberal establishment, this is what it is. And you saw it happen in real time. They were finessed from no new wars into saying, well, maybe regime change is okay as long as it comes from the bottom up. I'm sorry, isn't that what Netanyahu is saying? telling the Iranian people to rise up, to get their water and overthrow their government and love Israel forever. It's the same thing. Israel.
I mean, that's it, right? Like, he literally was just detailing how her being president would be better for the country. And there's nothing more to it, Tom. So you can go into the semantics of specifically saying this, this, and this, but that's what he was outlining. Very simple. Now, I don't want to spend any more time on this. That is the clip that I was talking about. Very simple. So anyway, let's get back to it.
Reason why.
This is something that's self-evident from the name or something.
Yeah.
But the Republican Party is not a party of monarchy, actually. And Donald Trump is just showing that you can...
I mean, dude, what was he implying there? When he was saying that if she became president, that there would be all sorts of different people from all different parties protesting Kamala and her support for Ukraine and Israel. What was he saying there? You can split hairs with me all you want, that's fine. But you can't get around the fact that the implication to what he was saying was that Kamala Harris would have been a better choice because there would be more people to protest what's going on in the country. I'm taking things out of context. Okay. I don't even have time for this anymore. I just don't, I really don't. I'm not even going to read any more past that, dude. Like, look, I get the need to agree with everything that someone says. I get that. I'm not even dissing you for it, right? Nick Fuentes is a smart dude. He has a lot of good takes, okay? But let's be real here, bro. Corey or Stamey, do either of y'all think that I'm off base with what I'm saying right now?
No, actually, I found the clip where he explicitly says Kamala would be better. The clip that I sent you on X, he says at the very end of the 3 minutes and 25 seconds, he says, yes, that would be better.
Okay. You mind if I pull our messages up real quick? You want to pull it up and everything? We don't say anything bad.
I was going to say nothing crazy. Too crazy.
We just talk about a bunch
crazy
of
enough.
Nothing else.
Bunch of
do you play not to lose, or you to play to win? That's why I didn't. That's a part of why I didn't vote, because I said, Kamala will certainly be worse, but in the long run, maybe that's better.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. You actually found the quote. All right. Now we can move on from this. Tom, no diss, bro. No diss at all. There's your clip. All right? I don't want to spend any more fucking time on this shit. Really.
Can be an effective right-wing or Republican executor and not a king. And this would be even more silly if Donald Trump was acting beyond his own democratic remit. But I don't know whether you remember, he won the House, the Senate, the popular vote, and the presidency.
Yeah, let's protest because we lost the vote. Yeah, too bad, huh?
The last election. So to argue that somehow Trump doesn't have a democratic remit for all of this would require you to explain why winning all those votes didn't matter.
Yeah.
So anyway, let's return to the BBC article, because like I said,
it's embarrassing.
This is funny. This is just boomer delusion.
You're coping,
Several
Tom.
U.S. states had mobilized
and boomers.
Stamey, I'll be honest, I don't want to spend any more time on this anymore.
I know, but
yeah, that's whatever.
Come back with some evidence, Tom.
Dusty, Rob Knorr, Benny Johnson, Charlie Kirk, Trump, J.D. Vance, everybody says something I disagree with. It's really not. This isn't worth my energy. So, anyway, we'll just keep going.
Boomers read the BBC. Like, young people don't read this garbage. But these old people do. And they believe anything that they see on social media. They're the ones that are typing amen whenever Jesus is transformed into a shrimp and he saved some.
But Mr. Fista, what detriment would that be to literally every person in the country, right? How is that better? It's not better. You know what I mean? Sarah the aging potato. Yeah. Let me tell you something. I thought at first that whole thing between Rob and Dusty was just like a content farm, and now I'm to the point where I don't want to include my name anywhere near any of that bullshit. Not because of detriment to the channel or anything. I just think it went way too far, and like people should. I mean that is the least important kind of shit that should be talked about right now. The least important. Like, I'm not even trying to sound like an asshole here. Rob and Dusty both have much better things to talk about than some like stupid
Streamer
shit
drama.
like that. Yeah, bro. That's
Some
all it is.
Small ass fish streamer drama, bro. Because no offense, those motherfuckers ain't even touching the fucking kiddie pool side compared to the people that actually matter on YouTube right now. It's just fucking retarded in my mind. Sorry.
No, you're good.
Like,
no, you're
it's
good.
like, yeah, they drowned her for whatever happened, and it's just still going. And like, yeah, it's just pointless.
I mean that like 100%. They sure as fuck did, right? Rob got 6K subs.
1,000 subs.
Yeah, she
like
lost a
3
bunch.
days, bro.
Yeah, she lost a bunch, and he gained
Rob
a
got
bunch.
a bunch.
And I'm glad for him, dude. Rob's my boy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Rob's great.
That was specifically due to the fact that he was plugged big time by his employer, which he should be, dude. Rob's great at what he does, man.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Also, lower class. If someone talks shit about you, you best believe I'm gonna defend them. And if you get 6K subs for me defending you, better be than someone talking shit about you in a panel, because I'm gonna defend you.
I appreciate that.
I'm
I'm
gonna
gonna
throw
defend
myself
you
in
too.
some drama.
Now, granted, I want to make it very clear. I defended Rob. I just to me, like I went through everything. I went through the stuff that people from Dusty's panel were sending me. Didn't see anything. Like, went through the entire thing. Eventually, it just got to the point where it was like, this is stupid.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want anything to do with
was
this.
Stupid. I was gonna say the Dusty stuff was kind of stupid, and kind of no point in really fighting. Just move your separate ways. But the Sarah stuff, hers was egregious, because if you have a deal with the Crucible, and you're one of your biggest avenues of revenue is the Crucible, then for you to go and talk not only about a fellow employee, but someone that Andrew really admires and is really good friends with, it's just bad business.
It is 100%. Yeah.
But the Dusty stuff was just silliness, and I think a lot of people focused on that. But the real offense is, I love Sarah from what I've watched of her. She's a good content creator, but she has to understand when there is business involved and it involves coworkers, you gotta be really careful.
Doomerang, what's up, dude? Good to see you, my man. Welcome in. Sorry, bro. Go ahead.
You good. You talk shit about coworkers, you're killing the brand.
No, 100%. 100%. And Rob, this is, as per Andrew, he is a valued member of the Crucible. Yep. He's a valued employee of the Crucible. Not just an employee, but also a member. I wanted to make those two things separate, right? So, it's the kind of thing where...
You probably didn't even hear the alternative drama that spiraled off that, did you? About two friends of the channel. The Paige and Beth drama.
Tom, hold on, real quick. See, I didn't see any of that, but Tom, real quick. See, I really like Beth and I really like Paige. I don't even want to look into that. I don't want to get into it because I love them both.
Yeah.
Tom and Mr. Fista. I listen to Nick Fuentes. I like his takes. That was one that I disagreed with. And I am not... I disagree that we are in some managed decline with Trump, though. I mean, you know, I agree with your position there.
No, but that's obviously we're in a managed decline. Because to be fair, that's the Trump platform. That's the whole point of tariffs. The whole point of tariffs is because we're drastically falling off the cliff economically, and Trump has to slow that by using tariffs.
Either slow it or put the building blocks to reverse it.
But to be fair, first you'd have to slow it to then even reverse it, because it's not, if you stop it all of a sudden, then that's going to shake the economy. But you kind of have to gently ease it up and then bring it back. It's like you can't make any drastic moves with the economy. So to be fair, I'm pretty sure even Trump said this. There's ways we have to interact with the economy that can't be so sudden and rash, but we have to pull ourselves out of the situation that we're in. So to be fair, it is a managed decline to bring back the recline.
Yeah. That's fair. I just Tom Base, I agree. Yeah.
K2,
what's up, dude? Good to see you, man. Good to see you. Yeah, I agree, Tom. Yeah. One of the problems with Christianity is all the different... There's just so many fucking denominations now. It's one of the reasons why, like, Protestantism is not something that I'm going to commit my life to. Amagad, what's up, dude? Good to see you, man. We're doing good, bro.
Yeah, I do have a little quick side note here before you start this Asmongold video back up.
Yeah.
Did you see that? I don't know if you guys listen to Crowder at all. Steven Crowder.
I want to start listening to him more, but I haven't listened to him all that much recently.
Did you hear what Candace Owens said about Charlie Kirk yesterday?
No.
Bro, after this, I'll find the clip of what Crowder said about it and send it to you if you want to watch that in a little bit. Dude, it's ridiculous what she said.
Well, so here's my thing with Candace Owens, right? If she didn't act so fucking crazy, people wouldn't look at her like Alex Jones.
Right.
You know what I mean? People would take the shit that she says seriously. But she acts fucking insane sometimes. And it's like, dude, there's good information in what you're saying, but you're ruining it with the way that you portray it.
Yeah, the way you're delivering it.
It's out of this world. You know what I'm saying?
From a zombie at night when Trump and Dexcom start beeping.
What?
Tom, see, so I'm in Birmingham, Alabama, and there's a few Orthodox churches here. There's only one ROCOR, which is really what I was interested in getting into. But there's a Greek Orthodox downtown, and that's the one that I went to it, and it just didn't seem like my thing. But I also do a Bible study, so that might play into it, right? But
yeah.
I'll think about my options eventually, right? And we're going to be getting into the word here today. I need it, bro. It's been way too long. Lots of watersheds, not enough God in countries. You know what I mean? So, Anyway, let's get back into the video. But yes, if you want to clip whatever you were talking about, Stamy, and send it to me, I will.
Yeah, it's in the back chat whenever.
Cool.
It's in the back chat whenever.
Yeah. I'll pull that up eventually because we got a lot to go through today, and we got plenty of time. Let me tell you.
Somebody's life from getting hit by a car.
Guard.
That's
the
them.
organizers said the events, which drew nearly 7 million people, were peaceful. I'm sure they were peaceful.
Yeah,
Old
one
people
like
tend
equals
to
one
be
prey.
peaceful.
This is what they do.
Old people tend not to be a violent demographic. And a bunch of old boomers standing around with their stupid signs saying no kings or we don't want this.
Yeah.
Well, too bad. Everyone else voted for it. This is what you get.
Yep.
Trump isn't fabricating powers out of nothing.
I think that there's also like a much larger generational problem where a lot of the people in the baby boomer like kind of demographic are not really relinquishing power and giving it up to the next generation. And I think that that's created a lot of resentment for young people, because as young people want to move up inside of the workplace and take a certain amount of control of society because they've been part of it for a long enough period of time, they're not really given the ability to do that. And I think that makes a lot of them very angry. It makes them very frustrated and angry.
Really? Jay Dyer recommends against Greek. That's interesting. Yeah. See, like I said, I went to that Greek Orthodox church, and it wasn't my thing when I first went, but there's a Rocor parish that's about like 30 minutes out from where I'm at, so I want to go give that a shot.
And there are genuine problems in these
There's a lot
Democrat-run
of
cities
resentment for it
that needs solution.
And it goes down to something as simple as like, how many times have you heard, young people complaining about boomers buying houses for like $20,000 and then telling you to pull yourself up by your bootstraps and, go into the company that you want to work for and hand the manager your resume in person, right? Like, it's just people that are giving advice for something that didn't work 20 years ago.
So why shouldn't Trump be able to do the things that he's doing?
Yeah.
And the answer is just literally, we don't like it.
Yeah, exactly.
That's all it boils down to. We don't like it because we're liberal boomers from the 1960s. And as far as we're concerned, history ended 50 years ago. And we haven't caught up to the fact that actually things are still going. In an interview
before Trump, the idea in America, at least from what I observed, now, I was 23 when Trump got elected in 2016, right? Before Trump, the idea in America was simply Democrat good, Republican bad, right? Welcome back, Nuxus. So, yeah, Nuxus. Matt Morris is fucking legit, dude. I'm a big fan. But when I was 23, the idea was Republican good or Republican bad, Democrat good. And I had already fallen off that wagon at that point because I voted for Obama in 2009 or in 2008. Or sorry, 2012, excuse me. I voted to put him back into office because I believed in all the bullshit that he was shilling, because he's a great speaker, okay? I believed that he wasn't going to be carpet bombing foreign countries with drone strikes. He wasn't going to be, usurping the Constitution to initiate new drone strikes. He wasn't going to be killing innocent, or maybe not innocent, but American citizens in foreign countries. And after seeing all of that happen, because that's one big thing for me, right? It's almost a single voter issue for me, is I am very anti-war. Why am I anti-war? Because, first off, I've had friends go over to these foreign wars and die. Okay? Second, it's because these things only enrich people in Congress. That's all they do. And they enrich a bunch of military manufacturers. That's it. It has nothing to do with the benefit of the United States. It has nothing to do with the national security. All of this shit is a load of bullshit that they shill to perpetuate foreign wars. So people that are in Congress, why do you think people in Congress, remember, let's not forget the video of like 95% of Congress having their Ukraine pins and Ukraine flags, waving them when we were passing another funding bill for the Ukraine war. It wasn't just Democrats, Republicans too, right? So that in and of itself is the thing that makes me anti-war. I'm not anti-defense. I'm not against the fact that we have a strong military and we keep other countries from invading or bombing or whatever the fuck it may be. but I'm anti these long protracted wars where we get in these big contractual agreements with foreign countries so they'll only buy our military gear, so we give them basically coupons that are paid for with taxpayers' dollars so they can continue to shed blood with the money they take out of my fucking check.
Hey, lower class, I may have to step down. I think my jaw's starting to hurt.
You're good, bro. Come back up if you feel better, man.
I'm gonna be watching in the back, but yeah, I'm just gonna step down. It's starting to irradiate pain.
I hear you, bro. I hope you feel better, man.
Thank you, buddy. Hey, chat. I'll be there with y'all soon.
Can't wait to see you in chat, brother. Well, in the Old Testament, God was a God of war. You know, when we're looking in like Joshua and other Old Testament books, yeah, God did those kinds of things. It's true. Same, Robert Whaley. I am pro-crusade. Because let's not forget, the Crusades were defensive operations. The Crusades came after literally years of Muslim attacks, Muslim conquering. That's where they came from. No, you're good, Lobster. But yeah, let's get back into it.
With Fox News, set to air on Sunday, Trump appeared to address the rallies. A king? This is not an act. You know they're referring to me as a king. I'm not a king. Yeah, I imagine that he thinks that if he was a king, he wouldn't have so much institutional resistance.
Right. If he was a king, how could anybody go against him? Let's be real here. If he was a king, he'd do the Louis XIV, bro, or Louis XIII. He'd have them all in the guillotine. You know what I'm saying? Let's be just honest. If he was actually a king, these folks would have no standing to go against anything that he said. So these no king protests are the most non-end game. There's no end game to these protests other than what my friend Level 4 Lobster in chat says, to motivate their voters. And that's it. And let me tell you, if they continue on this path, there's going to be less and less and less and less turnout. They did it too early. They should have waited. The people who are on top of the news cycle, who try to define the news cycle, don't even understand how it works.
Because, I mean, like, take, for example, the example of Britain. We've got a long and complex
We should have age maximums for political jobs. No, I don't think we should have age maximums. Like, you don't have to have everything mandated, but I think that you do have a cultural problem when certain things don't happen. Like, and the problem is that you can't solve everything with a law. There's a lot of things that you can solve with laws, but you can't solve everything.
With monarchy and the legal and political institutions of the country, but technically,
there's not too many things now with all the laws that we have in place that you're going to stop from happening with laws. Very fucking little now. At one point, it made a difference. But that's because our society as people, we're just totally willing to give up our rights. And the establishment had this framework in place which is exactly what the Mustache Man did. If you impart fear into the population, they will vote the way you want them to. And that's what they did. They did it with... Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm back. I was on the phone with my mom, sorry.
You're good, man. But that's what they did with Al-Qaeda. That's what they did with ISIS. That's what they're currently doing with Russia. What they're currently doing with Iran. That's what they did with Syria. That's what they did with Libya. I mean, like the and that's just the past 25 years. That's not even recently. So this framework of the way that they've gotten people to vote and the way that they want people to vote, they've had this down pat for fucking decades. They did it with Vietnam, with the Gulf of Tonkin. The entire reason we went over to Vietnam, the main motivating factor was the Gulf of Tonkin, and it turned out that was an absolute lie, and none of that ever fucking happened. So, for just a second, and I say this all the time, let's be real here. What they say means absolutely nothing. But they will stimulate more wars, they will stimulate more money to the military-industrial complex, and that specifically comes on the backs of the American people. It comes from our tax money. Because we give other countries a coupon to buy whatever the fuck they want. And then guess what happens? Tax money pays for it. And those stocks go up. And the people in Congress get richer. And if you look at that, it's not important. If you say, hey, maybe this whole Israel thing's kind of a fucking issue in this country, you're an anti-Semite. Isn't that funny? Isn't that weird? Anyway.
It's the Crown Courts. Technically, it's the Royal Navy, the Royal Army, the Royal Air Force.
Yeah.
Technically, it is the King in Parliament that sits and governs over us. So technically, if you're a king, all authority actually flows from the king.
Exactly.
And theoretically, the king is, as the source of authority of the institutions of the country, can override them if he wishes. Now, of course, there's a long conversation and series of arguments to be made about that, because, of course, we embrace.
But see, like, so the UK is not a monarchy. They have a royal family, but they're also parliamentarian. They have all sorts of different people from all sorts of different parties that all come together, and they argue their different points. And I'm not saying that's better than the United States. Trust me, it's not. Like, if you look at Italy, Italy has like fucking 30 different political parties. It's crazy. That's why they don't get anything done. The UK is very similar, right? Where the UK, they have a royal family, and the king may have a little bit of power to excise over the parliament, but they are parliamentarian, and the parliamentarians are the ones that handle 90%, 95% of the legislation. Okay? It's kind of the same setup as the way that we have things here. The difference is we don't have one king or queen in power for literally like 40, 50 years. Every 4 years, there's a chance for a president to be taken out. And the longest they can last, at least now, is 8. I mean, for fuck's sake, dude. 80 years ago, we had someone who was in office, maybe a little less than 80 years ago, whatever. But 80 years ago, we had someone who was in office for 3 terms. So what is that? The 21st Amendment? That is the 3-term limit, or the 22nd? Whatever it is. Anyway, so the amendment that is a term limit on presidency is less than 100 years old. Because they didn't implement that until after FDR kicked the bucket. Sounds like Marcion was based and had a good point and was just ad hom to death as a heretic, very common. The early church. Oh, okay, see, I don't know the church history like that, so I can't really get involved in that conversation. But anyway, let's get back to it.
Britain have a complex history with that. But the point being, there's just nothing about Trump that screams king, actually. To be honest.
Yes, correct, because he's not a fucking king. He's not a king. Like, if we want to talk about a true monarchy is a dictatorship, essentially, right? It's one person calling the shots on everything. That happens, that happens, that happens, and all 3 of them happen. Whether it's to the detriment of the people or not, whether the people want it or not, it just happens, right? That's it.
Yeah. They're just mad that...
Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say. I mean, you look back at just in the past, like the key, like those types of people in power have people they turn to, but it's literally an echo chamber of people that are just going to spit ideas back at him that he likes. You know what I mean? It's not anybody that's going to conflict with the person's views. You know what I mean? It's just going to be like, yeah, this is an idea, and usually they'll be like, that's a good idea, thanks, and then they'll do whatever they want anyways, even if, you know what I mean? They might agree with the guy or not, but ultimately the guy's going to make that choice that he wants to do. It's nobody else's choice.
Right, 100%. And that's not what we live in right now, obviously. Because some rando, like, district circuit judge can say, that's not happening, Mr. President. And then it's a fucking legal battle until it happens. That doesn't exist anymore. All right, Nuke says, the USA built the world we live in, and now everybody wants to tear it all down. Thanks, America, for my safe luxury lifestyle for 40 years. Yeah, 100%. Thanks to everyone that has built up everything that's given me all the comforts that I have today. And all these commies, they look at this. I am of the thought system that Trump would like to rule and operate as a king. What he says goes, and everyone should follow suit, Congress and judges. I mean, doesn't everyone that's president, though? Like...
Yeah, I want everyone to agree with me too, bro, but that's just not reality.
Yeah, yeah.
It doesn't mean he's a fucking king.
Everyone that's president wants that. You know what I mean? Like, Obama wanted all of his shit to go through, and it didn't go through, so he had to submit to certain demands. Biden wanted everything. Biden subverted the Constitution himself. Didn't hear all these liberals pissing and moaning about the Constitution back then. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
It's like that's crazy, you know? Like, let's just be, you know, again, let's be real here. Like when Biden tried to use OSHA to usurp our Fourth Amendment to require us to get a specific, you can disagree all you want. When Biden tried to use OSHA to usurp our Fourth Amendment to force people to get a medical procedure done, whether it be the jab itself or consistent COVID tests, just for you to go to work.
Yeah.
That is insane. Okay. It's not a big deal to you, obviously. But to people who have jobs and lost their jobs because of it, it's a big fucking deal. I had to lie to my employer just so I could go to fucking work. How crazy is that?
Yeah, I had issues in my own family with people because they were like just salty about the fact that we wouldn't go. Like, I didn't get vaccinated, bro.
That's like Calvin.
I got a COVID vaccine.
Yeah, Calvin. I respect you, and you know, me and you, we have similar takes on things. That's a wild take, bro. Like, it's crazy how quick people forget these kind of like egregious things that presidents have done in the very recent future. I'm talking less than 5 years ago.
And over time. I mean, even all of overtime. If
you
want to go back in time and point out things from a fucking 100 years ago, dude, there's tons of shit those presidents did.
Yeah, dude.
Crazy, bro.
Like, it's insane, dude. But forget about all that. Trump bad. Like, that's...
Yeah, Trump's bad.
Yeah, that's it. Orange man bad, dude. You know, that's just nuts, bro.
He's doing things that they don't like. It's really just that simple. And they want to go out there. And the thing is, that's the reason why they call it fascist. They say he's being a king or something like a dictator. The reason why is because that is a way that they can radicalize people against them. It's not about whether it's true or not. It's about whether it will upset people into being afraid of him and not liking him. That's the focus.
He more screams.
That's what it's about.
Just European.
Yeah, bro.
Okay, so what about attacks on law firms, schools, and even silencing media? He wants everyone to bow to him. He's not silencing media. They can continue saying everything they want to say. What legal action has he put against any media company that that keeps them from spreading their idea? That's crazy, bro. That's crazy talk. If he's suing them for lying, that's not silencing them. That's saying, hey, you're lying. I don't know any law firms he's attacked, and he hasn't even gone necessarily after schools, but it's just fucking more Israel bullshit where if you're doing anti-Semitic stuff, we're going to cut your funding. Who cares? Is Fallon? Hold on, wait a minute, Calvin. Are you trying to tell me right now that Fallon is a widespread... Yeah, it wasn't even Fallon. It was Jimmy Kimmel. But anyway, are you trying to say that Jimmy Kimmel is some widespread, well-respected member of the media? Or is he a late-night talk show host that wasn't even getting, like, good views? That people didn't even respect? If anything, all it did was boost his viewership when they brought him on. Right? Like... And I'm not even trying to attack you here, Calvin. I understand where you come from. I understand your positions on things. We agree on a lot, right? But you got to understand something. If Trump has this level of political power and sway, why? No, I'm not missing the point. I promise you. Listen to this question. And I mean, listen to this like wholeheartedly. If the president is not supposed to have this level of legal authority and power over things, why does he have it?
Why does he even exist? Why does the president even fucking exist then?
But no. I'm like, because the president hasn't always had the amount of power that Trump has. That's my real question. So,
okay.
If he has this level of, he does. Yes, he does. Why do you think he's winning like basically every fucking court case that gets thrown at him? Why do you think the Supreme Court's slapping all this shit down? Do you think it's because the Supreme Court's in his pocket? No, they're not. Why would the president have as much power as he has if it wasn't given beforehand? Please answer the question, Calvin. Trump hasn't instituted any more powers than a president already had. No. Tom. I've had Calvin on the stream before. He's got some good takes. We just disagree on this one, that's all. Oh, fuck. God damn. That cough medicine's wearing off. I'm getting fucking... feel like shit again.
You got COVID?
All right. No. So, Calvin, so here's the question. Being that Trump has not instated any more power within himself since he's been president, nothing he has done has given him more power than any other president has had. Why does he have that much power? That's my question. There's an obvious conclusion there. And the president has not always had this level of power. So why does he have so much? No shit, Tom. What's up, James? Good to see you, man. Welcome into chat, dude. Always good to see you. Nukes this, good luck, man. Okay, Calvin's not going to answer the question, so I'm just going to get back to the video.
King went to court, exactly.
Kind of like Orban or someone like that. Again, not a dictator, not a king, someone who's elected, been out of office, and elected again. In fact, Trump's arc is kind of mirroring Orban's quite weirdly in this way. Just a strong,
do that to any opponent. Yeah, exactly.
Politician, just
clickbait
a
engagement,
obviously. So,
if I can answer the question for you, Calvin, it's because over the past 80 years, more and more and more and more power has been allocated to the presidency. That's what's been happening. Okay, so just because they've never done them, why are there legal precedents in place that allow him to do these things? That's what I'm saying, right? Over time, more and more and more and more power has been allocated to the presidency, especially over the past 25 years. I would implore you, Calvin, look into the powers that have been given to the president over the past 25 years. This is 2025, okay? This is before Bush got elected. Look into what kind of powers have been given to the president over the past 25 years. That will tell you everything you need to know. I promise you.
this hysteria just looks absurd. Like, from outside of America, these people seem bonkers. Absolutely bonkers. Beth Zaslov, a freelance writer and editor, can you believe it, said she had joined the New York protest because she feels outraged and distressed at a move to
every single person except for.
So Tom, he's pro. So the president has the power to change birthright status. Not necessarily, but he hasn't. That comes from an amendment, like an amendment to the Constitution, right?
Yeah.
That's what he wants to do. That's what he's going to push for. Does that mean it's going to happen? No. That's going to take constituency capitulation. What good points did Calvin have on stream? Dude, he's against the trans stuff. He's very pro immigration deportation. He's with Trump on all that stuff. So he does have like some pretty solid takes. I'm backing you up here, Calvin, by the way. Right? But that's the thing, you know, is like he has the power to change birthright status. Yes. Well, hold on. Excuse me. I was speaking on Corey's comment there. Having having the power to question who it applies to is well within his rights. And it's something that Supreme Court's going to have to sit down and look at. It's not like he can snap his fingers and change that. Because he hasn't, right? That's not something that he was just able to sit down and go, okay, this is done. It hasn't happened. Is he alluding to that being something that he's going to move towards? Possibly. But it's not something that has just happened, you know? And I think a big thing, something that's important for the country, and this affects me, there has to be at least one United States citizen who is involved in the birth. 2 illegals coming here and popping a baby out, dragging some pregnant bitch over the border so she has her fucking labor in the United States should not be grounds for citizenship. Easy. That makes no sense to me. Especially when you're considering like what people go through when they're trying to cross the border into the country. Like, I mean, look at the semi-trucks full of people that got baked alive in the Texas heat, right? Or in the Mexican heat, I guess. They're like 50, 55, something like that. That's not just one case, bro. That shit happened all the fucking time. You know, these people are being trafficked here. They're not coming of their own free will. There's a bunch of them are, But it's not a blanket case for all these people, man. It's not.
Or probably this person that's dyed their hair has gray hair. Gray hair, gray hair, gray hair, gray hair, gray hair, gray hair, probably dyed hair. This is
I was just about to say that.
What's he got against fucking gray hair, dude?
He's just making the point that, like, they're all old people.
I'm 32 and I have gray hair.
I was say, to be fair, that dude in the orange shirt looked like my ass. I have gray hair too, bro. So, well, my mom calls it taupe, but yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not dyeing my shit. I'll tell you, you know what's funny? So I get this question all the time. Here, hold on. I get this question all the time. People ask me if I just dye my beard because I have, like, from here up is all, like, salt and pepper gray, and then from here down is, like, pretty solid dark. And it's like, no, bro, life is just tough. You know what I'm saying? That's it. Anyway.
What's fascism and authoritarian government happening under the Trump administration? I care a lot about New York City. It gives me hope to be out here with many other people. Well, I mean, what's your plan?
No. Yeah. Tom, Calvin didn't bring up trans. I'm the one that brought it up.
You got another, 3 years of Donald Trump? That's just him going to be doing stuff.
Yeah.
No hate, no fear. Immigrants are welcome here. Thank you, Miss Zaslov. And I'm going to guess that it's Miss. But again, look at it. It's all of the greybeards, the liberal greybeards, who have come out and been like, "Oh no, wait, this wasn't the America I expected in the 1960s. I was listening to John Lennon's Imagine." Fuck John Lennon's Imagine. Fuck your opinions on it.
No, Nuxus, I don't smoke anything. I don't smoke weed. I don't smoke cigarettes. I don't smoke any of that. Good for you, Mr. Fista. Okay? Good for you, all right?
Timo Mascoli, a 68-year-old retired engineer and resident of New Jersey who grew up in Italy.
Bro, they're going to be busting retirement homes out to these protests just so they can fuck up our lives a little bit longer. just so they can fuck it up and make it worse for like 3 more years.
Said he was protesting because he was concerned the US was following the same path that his home country did in the last century. Trump is way more effective than Mussolini. Although I bet the trains probably don't run on time. He said he was worried about the Trump administration's immigration crackdown and healthcare cuts for millions.
I don't know about the trains, but the buses don't. At least in Birmingham. Holy fuck, dude. These buses here are bad, dude. It's like, hey, you want to be late to work? Take the bus. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're guaranteed. It's a shoe-in. I could put my life savings, which is like $500 right now, you know? I could put that all on the bus being late, and I'm gonna walk away with something at least. You know what I'm saying?
Why?
You know, the real problem with Mussolini. Too many immigrants. We're gonna seal the borders and kick them all out. Yeah, that was the problem with Mussolini.
With NGOs being shut down, they can't afford to bus them out? Yeah, I guess so, right?
We cannot count on the Supreme Court. We cannot count on the government, he told the BBC. We cannot count on the Congress. Well, that's because they all Republican majority through democratic means.
So let me get this straight. We can't use democratic means anymore. So we got outvoted, so we're going to protest against a king. Well, wait a minute. That's the only way that you would be like, in order for you to get what you'd want, you'd effectively need a king. You see how, like...
Correct. Democracy chose Trump. To argue against that and to say it's bad that he's president only means one thing. In your eyes, democracy is a problem. Let's not forget this. 3 words. Democracy chose Trump. That's it.
No, they didn't. He's a dictator.
Right, yeah.
Like it's you want the opposite, actually.
You're good, dude. That was funny.
And again, once you understand, this is a big issue that a lot of people have, is that they engage individuals like this as if they're behaving in good faith. These people are not complaining about the secret police. They want to be the secret police. That's why they had COVID. These people are not complaining about censorship. They want to do the censorship. That's why they banned right-wing opinions and Donald Trump during 2000.
By the way, please, nobody ban Calvin, okay? I actually like having him here. And Calvin, you're always welcome up. Please, I don't want you going anywhere. Scott Hotvet is not quick with the ban button, so I don't necessarily think of that. But I want Calvin here. I like having people with differing opinions in chat. Okay, please.
21. These people are not complaining about no kings. They're complaining about not being the king. These people are not complaining about democracy. They're complaining about losing the vote. Yes. So these people are not complaining about defund the police. You don't want to defund the police. You want to be the police. Mm-hmm. You want to make the decisions yourself. So once you reframe a lot of these arguments in the way that they're truly intended based off of what these people are actually asking for in their own mind, you'll realize that they're not really principled at all. These people just simply want the reins to power.
Yes. Yeah, Calvin, I did. I got rid of StreamYard because I wasn't making enough money off of the stream to justify paying the $50 a month. I think it's even gone up now. So
yeah, that's absurd. That's an absurd amount of money.
Yeah, OBS is free, so I'm OBS in Discord now. I know you didn't, Scott. I know you didn't. Yeah. I know you didn't at all, bro. That's why I was giving you praises. You're not quick with the ban button. I appreciate it.
And they're upset that you have them and not them. That's the main issue. That's the problem. They had no problem saying Russia rigged the election when 2016 happened, and they'll say the next election is rigged too. There are people saying that Kamala Harris, the election was rigged.
Yes, there are people saying that he rigged the 2024 election. Imagine that. All the election deniers come out of the fucking woodwork the second they lose one. And that was the same criticism I had against Trump back in 2020. Bro, look. There was some sketchy shit that went on. Maybe it was stolen. But at the same time, there is plenty of justifiable reasoning as to why he lost the 2020 election. It is what it is. So you can't take it as this 100% happened. Oh, here, I'll give me just a sec. I'll post a Discord link, bro.
It's all for power. There is no principle to this whatsoever.
But it's not like the Republicans couped the United States or anything. People just kept voting for them to take over various arms of government. Yeah. And suddenly the Republicans are basically in control of everything. And all they can do is go like, oh, well...
Yeah, they don't want to protest these things. They want to have these things for themselves.
Right.
I guess we have the legislative, executive, and judiciary that are all against the American people right now. What are you talking about? The American people voted for this. They're getting what they voted for. I mean, a miracle, frankly, in modern times. I would love a democracy that was actually capable of putting a government in place in Britain that would allow us to get what we voted for. That would be an incredible miracle.
Too bad.
And I can't even imagine how great that would be. One protester at the rally in the Capitol held up a sign that read, "I am Antifa. Chuck Epi, 76.
I love how these people think that the
there's the Discord
fucking link. The disgusting. These people make me look clean. Like you look at these Antifa protesters. Oh my God! It's like these people live on. It's like they live under a bridge. You bring out basically a collection of ogres, swamp hags, and orcs to go out and protest against protests for illegal migration. You know, Mordor lives matter. What the fuck is this? It's insane. And you have these people doing this, and guess what? Nobody likes them. Swamp hags? Well, that's what they are. Really?
Yes, good to see you in chat. Thank you very much for being here. Always a pleasure to see you in here.
Said it was a loaded term and just meant he supported peace, daycare, livable wage, healthcare.
It's a loaded
I think there
term.
might be slightly more to Antifa than I want good things. I think it might be slightly more than that, which is why there are a bunch of violent insurrectionists. CNN also had an amazing article, millions rally against Trump at No Kings protests, and the organizers explain why. Oh, it was organized. Right, okay, it wasn't just this organic thing that sprang up out of nowhere.
Wow.
Of course it was. Which means someone must have been funding it, which is interesting. I love
who was doing that?
To celebrate her 70th birthday. Retired government worker Peggy Cole. So she and a friend
retired government workers. Oh, God. Here we go.
Nearly 10 hours from her hometown in Flint, Michigan.
10
to join a
hours?
protest in Washington, D.C. She felt compelled
Did they even figure out their whole water situation over there, or is it still poison?
mark the milestone at the large demonstration because it's a scary time for Americans and democracy is at stake.
Democracy is at stake. Yes, democracy is a problem when you lose the vote. It's still poisoned? Okay. So let me get this straight. This retarded old bitch drove over, and this is what I was saying, displaced bored swamp hags that should be selling mushrooms in a forest to random adventurers have now been given computers, government jobs, cars, and most importantly, and the worst of all, they've been given the internet.
And legislative power. That's the worst part. You think Elizabeth Warren doesn't carry fucking crystals in her pockets? Give me a fucking break. You know what I mean? I'm Native American. Get the fuck out of here, dude. Get the fuck out of here. You know what I mean?
And we have been overrun by displaced, disaffected, bored swamp hags that are ruining our lives.
Yes. Based.
That's it.
In other words, they're a bunch of Karens.
That's the big problem. And they're orc minions.
Why? Like, everyone just keeps getting elected to things. And you're like, you know what? This is more what democracy was supposed to be. Democracy is when I get what I voted for, not when the other guy...
Exactly. That's the key right there. Democracy is when I win. Trump won. I'm still not a fan of democracy. I'm not. I'm a fan of democracy elements, but absolute democracy is a failure to the people in general. No one will ever convince me of that otherwise.
I guess what he voted for.
Yeah.
It seems to me that Trump is taking our government, our democracy, and dismantling it piece by piece, slowly but surely. If we sit by and don't do anything about it.
Surely you're doing something about it.
Yeah, not like they haven't been doing the exact same fucking thing for 25 years. This alarmist language that, like, when you look at the kind of legislation that's been passed since the year 2000, just the year 2000, not before that, by the way, but when you look at the legislation that's been passed since the year 2000, not 2016, not 2008, the year 2000, okay? Our democracy, our Constitution has been escalatingly eroded over the past 25 years. It has nothing to do with just Trump, right? Like, this is the real fact. People don't want you to focus on Obama. They don't want you to focus on Bush. They don't want you to focus on Biden because all three of those presidents eroded our rights and went against the Constitution. All three of them did. And no one gave a fuck about it. It only matters when it's Trump.
What are you talking about? Like, seriously, in a couple of years...
Yep.
See, Asman agrees.
There'll be another election and a new government will be formed. Like, it's just going to carry on.
Yep.
Your local elections will carry on. Your state elections will carry on. Your elections for the police, the judges, whoever else you vote for. Americans do so much voting. That's all going to continue.
We love voting.
I don't know what you're talking about. So CNN tell us that The Trump administration and GOP officials have painted anti-Trump protests as the work of violent left-wing radicals, but the organization behind the No Kings events, the Indivisible Project, says it's committed to non-violent action. Should we look at who they are?
To be fair, I think that the No Kings protest was primarily non-violent. It's because these people can't be violent. They can barely even get around to begin with. They're all fucking 70 years old.
Folks. So they say they are a progressive grassroots movement of millions of activists across...
Grassroots. Grassroots. They have hundreds of millions of dollars in funding. Grassroots? Go fuck yourself.
Every state.
If they could, they'd be starting
between
trouble.
Thousands of local, autonomous, indivisible
They're
groups and
fat.
national staff. Well, who's funding them? I bet it's going to be Act Blue, isn't it? I bet it's going to turn out to be Act Blue that's funding this.
Oh.
I bet a huge amount of Soros money has been poured into this, hasn't it? I don't have time to look it up, but I bet I'm right. Feel free to have a dig around, folks, because apparently Indivisible Project, which is a 501c4, I believe that is a non-profit, means that you're going to be able to actually find who the funders of this are. It's going to be the Democrats. It's going to be that way. It's not a grassroots movement like they claim, obviously.
Yes.
One thing that gets me about this whole thing is that it's genuinely clownish. Like, they turn up in like frog costumes, lobster costumes, and other stupid...
No shellfish kings. And it's some stupid fucking... Jesus Christ. I mean, it is kind of funny. To be fair, it is kind of funny.
But that's the thing, right? It's kind of funny. If you're trying to stop someone who is a violent, authoritarian, totalitarian dictator, why are you showing up in a fucking blow-up costume and not with a gun? None of this makes any sense to me. If someone is trying to strip the country of everything that we've ever known this country to be, you're going to show up in a fucking blow-up costume and play music and have a party? Get the fuck out of here. There's a vast difference in the kind of people that are actually fighting against. Like, see, so what these people are saying is, well, it's better if we do this because this makes actual change. Which, what the fuck has changed since this protest happened? Nothing. Okay? Not a goddamn thing. But the other side, you're good, Stamey, no sweat, bro. The other side, they'll storm the Capitol. Who's really making changes? And I'm not even fucking pro storming the Capitol. I'm just being real here.
Preaching.
But yeah, Stamey, if you got to jump out, bro, no sweat. Jump back in whenever, bro.
Yeah, I got to jump out for a few minutes.
Oh, you're good.
You gonna be
bro.
on for a while?
Yeah. I'm gonna be streaming for another few hours.
Yeah, I got to pack some shit, man.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, do your thing.
Yeah, man, I'll be back in a few.
Good having you up, bro. Absolutely, bro.
For sure, man.
But honestly, and I'm talking about this from the perspective of a regular, everyday person. I interact with right-wing people and left-wing people. This makes your movement look like a bunch of fucking clowns. And you know why? Because they are a bunch of fucking clowns. And you're not going to fight against that. They're a bunch of clowns. They're playing dress up. They're dancing around and not doing a fucking thing. This is a social gathering. This is not a protest. I'm a dude. I have dick and balls, okay? How many men, chat, I'm going to ask you all directly. How many men do you think showed up to these events just to get fucked? How many people do you think don't actually believe in this movement that they have going on that has no real end game, just so they could get laid? Allegedly. Fuck you. That's a good one, Corey. But I mean that. How many dudes do you think showed up to this protest just to get laid? Because I still, by the way, I still have not shaken the belief that, and this is a bullshit made up statistic, but I would say 70 to 80% of guys that claim to be left-wing are just doing it so they can stick their dick in something. Because most women are left-wing. That's not even an arguable fact.
But this is just fucking sad, guys. It really is just fucking sad.
It is. Yeah, this is crazy, bro.
Reddit revolutionaries, bro. Like, there it is. How do you think that much do you think they paid for the costumes? Probably a lot.
Like, things with their silly signs, and it's like, look, there's
Warning
an eagle
signs
one,
of
there's a shark
fascism.
one. It's like, what are you guys doing? Like this.
Well, the implication is that this is the reason why they're doing it, is that they think that by dressing up like they're from Chuck E. Cheese, that they will make it look like the police are worse for doing bad things to them. When, I mean, if you want me to be honest, whenever they tackle one of the people in those mascot things, I think it's so funny.
It is, dude. It makes it that much more entertaining. And you have to look at the public sentiment on all these things. People are fucking tired of this bullshit. Regular, everyday people. The ones that wake up and go to work and come home and drink a couple beers and go to bed. The Joe 12 packs or Joe 6 packs or whatever the fuck they call them. Right? They're not talking about abs. They're talking about cores. They're talking about Miller. Yingling. Right? Like, everyday people who see this shit think it's ridiculous. These are not the people taking polls. These are not the people who go online and let their stupid fucking opinions be heard, like me. Real, genuine, everyday people who really don't give a fuck about politics until it affects them directly. And that's why Trump won.
I do. It's just funny to watch it happen, right? It's the same as whenever a mascot does something on like a sports, in like a sports field.
Tom, yeah, I feel you, dude. Same here. I'm just more of a liquor guy.
They'll like, eat somebody or something like that. It's just funny to watch somebody in a banana suit get tackled. Like, I'm sorry. Doesn't matter what side they're on. It's just funny to watch.
Yeah.
The fact that you act in such a frivolous manner regarding your protest makes me think that, frankly, to you,
Queens
it's not
only, no kings. Oh, God. Do you remember what I said? Displaced swamp hags.
not serious. Right? If you can turn up and make jokes about the protest that you're currently engaged in, I don't think you're genuinely in the fear of losing democracy. I think that this is just a boomer day out for them to have a good time and to go and go, yeah.
BBP, what's going on, dude? Welcome in, bro. Welcome in. Yes, exactly. This is a fucking social engagement, and that's all it is. Nothing more, nothing less. It's a bunch of people who want to get out and talk with each other because they're stuck in their nursing home or they're stuck in their apartment terminally online and they have no social engagement in their lives. They want to get out and they want to talk with other people and they want to feel like they're part of a group. So they get out and they march and then everyone gets on with their lives. What difference did any of these protests make in your everyday life? Let's be real. Honestly. What difference did any of these protests make at all? Zero. They made no difference. Because there's no end game to them but to motivate people who are already voting. Who already feel that way. And the thing is, less and less and less and less and less people are feeling that way.
Aren't we good people? We resisted fascism. How? Well, I was wearing a fucking lobster costume like a brat.
Yeah.
And I waved a little banner that had a crossed out crown on it. Because Donald Trump, famous for wearing crowns, you see. Obviously, a bunch of like woke lefty Hollywood types came out. Pedro Pascal, Katie Washington, and others attended.
Oh, yeah.
And they went and complained. They were like, defend democracy so people can keep electing people like Donald Trump.
I love how these people, especially Hollywood actors that try to talk about democracy while they try to wield their influence as, you know, these like super wealthy elites inside of the country in order to direct people to vote in the way that they want them to. But then whenever it doesn't work, despite their best efforts, they're trying to complain about democracy. You were actively trying to subvert democracy by advocating for people and using your position that has nothing to do with politics in order to influence democracy. But when it doesn't work, now democracy is at risk. It's just, again, that's what I said before. These people don't want to, they're not mad that Trump is getting rid of democracy. They're mad that they're not getting rid of democracy. They're the ones that want to get rid of democracy.
Obviously, Nancy Pelosi came out and...
If democracy doesn't happen the way that I want it to, it's a bad thing. Or it's not democracy. That's the end game with this. The man won the fucking popular vote.
Broke a crown because that's so brave.
Gonna tear up the crown.
Back to the swamp. You know, maybe
they probably had to perforate that before they gave it to her. I'll be honest. They probably had to like poke some holes in it so she could actually tear it with her fucking ancient hands. I mean, she had arthritis before Prohibition. You know what I mean? And the alcohol has not helped it, by the way. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Trump shouldn't drain the swamp after all.
Thank you, by the way, Jess. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Because I feel like ever since he started saying that, I started seeing this issue. Yes, another one right here. Bro, even the swamp don't want her? Yeah, exactly. I'm telling you, she's so old. Yeah. It's just awful, man. It really is awful. You're listening to a Redcoat's opinion on democracy? Do you know they still have a monarchy? Listen, you got to understand something, okay? We don't have democracy. We have a representative. We have a democratic republic, okay? This is a republic. It's not fucking democracy. And if you look at, by the way, I can find this here. Take a look at this. I don't know if I can find some more of these here. I don't know where it is exactly. But, no, I'm not able to find the image I was going to show.
Honest question relating back to our convo on Fuentes' comments. You honestly believe Trump would have won the popular vote every swing state if Biden wasn't so bad? Correct. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. Yeah. If the economy would have gone good for everybody, Biden would be president again. I genuinely believe that. I honestly believe if it wasn't for the COVID shutdowns, he wouldn't have been president in the first place. But I've said this on stream, and this is a fucking hot button issue whenever I say this. I think it's good that Biden became president. And the reason I believe that is because if it wasn't for Trump having to reestablish his coalition with the MAGA movement and get all of the right people in place. What up, old Joe? Welcome in, dude. Thank you for being here, bro. I appreciate it, man. If it wasn't for Trump having to take a step back and orchestrate his entire coalition, he wouldn't have made half the changes that he's making right now. Tom, I understand that, but you got to think, like, in the way that I hear him say something like that, people who don't follow him are going to agree with that sentiment. And he's very, very anti-Trump. Now, I'm not anti-Trump. He pisses me off with a lot of the decisions he makes. Don't get me wrong. But in the same way that I saw that clip in a certain way, everyone else who doesn't follow him is going to see that clip in that certain way. And I'll even give you the benefit of the doubt. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't think I am. But let's just operate under the assumption that I'm wrong on that, right? You have to take a step back and look at it that I saw that clip in a certain way. And most people, when they see that clip, are going to see it in the exact same way that I saw it. And that's going to be the general consensus on what he said there. You know what I mean? So, you know, whether or not that's what he meant, that's how it doesn't matter what you say. What matters is how it's perceived. And when things are perceived in such minute clips, especially in the way that the internet operates today, that's how those things are going to be construed to the main public.
But there's a lot of images and a lot of quotes from the founding fathers talking about how democracy can be a big...
Based, Robert Whaley. Based. Me neither, bro. Me neither.
Big problem. It's a constitutional republic. Yes, there you go. Democracy as a city as Greece? Yeah. Do you think it's the British again? Maybe. I don't know.
There's a good concept. If democracy works so fucking well, why did Greece fall?
How many decades has Nancy Pelosi been in office?
Like 60.
For longer than most kings
37.
in history, right?
So let me get this. Yeah. So let me get this straight. So this woman has had a longer tenure than a king, and she's complaining about kings.
Yep. Because she wants to continue making that fucking military-industrial complex stock money, baby. That's it. That's all these people care about. Politics. Nukes says, politics is a big chess match. Everyone can only move in a certain way and follow the rules. Yes. Until they're not following the rules anymore. They can break the rules in ways that look like they're following them, right? Paul Pelosi makes fucking like hundreds of millions. Because, you know, when we're talking about Nancy Pelosi's net worth, we're talking about her net worth combined with Paul Pelosi's, because they're a married couple and they're both engaged in all this shit, right? So they've been breaking the rules forever. And we know that. I mean, there are, ETFs that follow what stock trades her and Paul make? People have tried to call her out on it. And she says, no, people should be able to engage in the stock market all they want. It isn't a close call. Trump is much more focused and got out bad people in his first administration. Presidents really get 4 years to regroup and strategize. Base. Yeah. Yeah, 100%. That's what I'm saying, right? Is like him losing the 2020 election, whether it was stolen or not, was the best thing that could have happened to the country. I stick by that. Look at all the fucking shitheads he had in his administration. Imagine if he had the same administration with people like James Comey and John Bolton and all these fucking scumbags that he had in his administration that were working against him the entire time. How much would he have been able to get done like he has this time that wouldn't be held up by a bunch of like him firing and finding new people. Just so what I'm saying there, James, is I agree. You know what I mean? Like, even an outsider like Trump doesn't have the carte blanche to do whatever. Even if we had elected a true conservative in a landslide, it wouldn't mean government suddenly becomes small. Based. Yeah, 100%.
That's crazy. Really? Like, I mean, think about it.
Pelosi has been such a fixture, and she's wealthier than most kings in history were as well.
Yeah.
And
so she's been in power for longer than a king. She has more money than a king, but she hates kings.
Yep. And that was just 2018, where she had an estimated net worth of $114.5 million.
We gotta send him back to the swamp, bro. Like, we gotta do something about this.
yeah, she's like, yep, see, no monarchy. I just got elected over and over and over and over and over by the most reliable constituency that, I'm going to be honest, does kind of resemble a sort of feudal fiefdom. But don't worry, technically votes were cast, and therefore I'm against kings.
Well, no, they want the fiefdom. They want the feudalism, because the feudalism ensures that they'll continue to have the votes. That's the whole apparatus that they're building, or they're trying to build, is that they create a lot of social systems that make a certain demographic reliant on them, and then they hold those social systems hostage because the other party doesn't want them, because they're just there in order to secure those votes. They're basically trying to create voting feudalism. That's the whole goal. No, it's... Now, the more I think about it, it's like, yeah, that's basically what was happening.
You also had the sort of, like I said, the radical grandchildren fringe of Antifa weirdos who had things like Charlie Kirk had it coming.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, this is great. Enemy feminisms. Feminism for the 99%. Unbuild walls. Palestine and Marxism.
Remember when Biden started to build up the Trump wall towards the end of his presidency? Remember when he started implementing old Trump-era economic policies towards the end of his presidency? Remember how when he started to revert all of the things that he did in the beginning of his presidency, the economy started going back up again? Isn't that weird? Does nobody else find that crazy? I mean, it's just like, for fucking literally 2 years, the economy was at a standstill. Complete stagnation for 2 years under Biden. From 2020, the end of 2021 to the end of 2023. And then he started to reverse his policies and the economy got better. He started to go back to Trump-era policies. Started to talk about building the wall. Shut down the border. Maybe not shut it down, but closed off a lot of people coming over. I mean, like, is that not wild to anybody? And people, like, it blows my mind, the mental gymnastics that people will take and do to justify anyone but Trump doing them. Even if it's a fucking carbon copy of what he was doing before. It's insane to me.
Man, politicians don't die like they used to. There's another, these girls, bro. Remember what I told y'all? All swamp hags. Every single one of them.
Assassination's great again. And all these other sort of like, we are happy that people have murdered Republicans.
Also, what I find to be really funny about this is any woman that's like baiting around for a political revolution doesn't realize what happens to women in political revolutions.
Right. So, I don't know if any of y'all know anybody that's been in war. Like, all-out combat war. I know people that were in Fallujah. I'm not saying this from the perspective of I believe this. I'm saying this from the perspective of what actually fucking happens. Women become fuck bags. That's what happens. You're a bag of meat for someone to take advantage of. When bullets actually start flying.
Every single one in the history of revolutions. Every single... There aren't any exceptions here.
Right.
They think it won't happen. Yeah, it's amazing that women would ever even consider wanting this.
Right.
It's unbelievable.
Useful idiots. That's all. Like, and it's not even just the women. It's the fucking pussy ass men too. But they're all a bunch of useful idiots. Ivan Bezmenov was very clear about this. People who start revolutions, they utilize the people that are willing to revolt. And the second the people who are willing to revolt bring them into the seats of power that they want, they're the first ones lined up against the wall and shot. That's what happens in a revolution. So you have these fucking Cracker Barrel grandmas and shit that walk down the street with their signs and stuff. If you're willing to protest the government, then the next one that takes power, even if you're on their side, you're willing to revolt. You're willing to go against the government. You're willing to pick up a gun. Useful idiots.
I guess they're just stupid. I mean, you can't blame somebody for being stupid, right? What do you mean? Oh, I mean, I guess I can just say it. I mean, I don't know why I'm talking around it. Inside of every single political revolution, inside of the entire of history, even inside of women, like, for example, the way that women were treated after the different countries in Europe reoccupied their countries after the Nazis.
What up, Hag? Good to see you, man. Welcome in, bro. Always good to see you, brother. Thanks for being here tonight, dude.
They were raped, murdered, beaten. They were forced into abortions. They were basically treated as slaves. Women inside of any sort of militaristic political revolution immediately become effectively currency. That's what's going to happen instantly.
Yes.
And it's happened inside of every single revolution. And it happened, like, why do you think that there are...
Look at Germany. Like, let's be real here, okay? Look at Germany. What happened to them after the Soviets made it to Berlin? The atrocities that happened to the people that lived there. People have this idea. And I don't even know where it comes from. It might come from like the kind of movies from when, we were growing up, or, the generations before me grew up on, or whatever. There's this, like, glorification of the rebellion. And when you look at these things from a realistic standpoint, and you look at these things from a very neutral perspective, you see how many people are affected and the values that don't exist when it comes to something like actual gunfight war. And it's not some edgy, we need, like with Hassan, make the streets run red with their capitalist blood, or whatever the fuck that he said, These cushioned people have no idea what they're doing. They have no idea what they're getting themselves into.
Those statues in South Korea of those comfort women. Like, it's always been like this. And if there's a legitimate conflict, that's what's going to happen to them. because it's happened every single time. So it's a joke. It is. It's a joke. It's insane. And that's why I think it's so ridiculous for these girls to be pushing for this, because it's like you have just no, like, what do you think's going to happen?
Yeah. Okay. And to go back on my previous point, I genuinely believe 70 to 80% of the men that are in this movement right here are only doing it so they can get fucked. Well, you put guns in their hands and give them authority and power, they're going to take what they wanted in the first place. There's no courtship. Like, let's be honest here. But see, a lot of people don't look at it from that perspective. A lot of people, they have this idea in their minds that when we do it, it'll be different. And when has it ever? I would like one fucking example. And no one can give it to me. Nobody can give me an example of when some form of revolution has ever happened that's been peaceful. And when I say revolution, I mean in toppling of a government. It's never happened. It always happens with the blood and detriment of the people of the country. Every single time. And the issue with America is on top of the world. And our success bleeds into the success of the rest of the world. So if America gets toppled, what comes next? It's thin ice that we're operating off of right now.
What do you think is going to happen? It's crazy. What are you talking about? Eastern Europe or something? You mean those statues aren't there for foreigners to get lap dances for? No, they're not. These people don't know what they want? Yeah, exactly. And no self-preservation instinct? Yeah, they don't understand at all. Comfort women were raped by the Japanese, not through, though not Koreans. I know that. That's the reason why the statues were in Korea.
Hey, Tom G, thanks for the sub, dude. Appreciate that, man. Thank you very much, bro.
That I know that. Learn to listen. The statues are in Korea. The atrocities happened from Japan primarily, and there's a whole lot of like I don't even like the inner Asian like fucking conflicts and racism between like China, Japan, Korea, fucking Vietnam. I know like 3% of this. Okay, like that's on the other side of the fucking world. Completely different race of people. I don't fucking know. I know it's not good. I'll tell you that. Some of them really don't get along. It's like some shit that happened 600 years ago.
So, Calvin, so the only thing I would say to that comment, and this would be my only question is, so, yeah, maybe it's bad that a president is defiant against the National Archives when it comes to returning classified information. Why did Biden have information for like 40 plus years from when he was a senator in Delaware? And they never asked him to return them. Do they just not have their shit together that well?
Oh. No, remember 1,200 years ago that one thing happened? Yeah, fuck you. It's how it is. Like, I don't know why, but that's how it is. So I just find it to be weird that you have all these women that are trying to advocate for a political revolution when if a political revolution happened, it would be the most horrifying, terrible thing to have ever happened. And also, like, men get killed, right? It's not like women have it bad and men have it good. Men are out getting killed. Women are being raped. It's just, it's horrible. It's an apocalypse situation. It's awful.
Think, and I'm not even trying to, like, you know, plug this or anything, but think October 7th, right? Where you have a group of citizens that are out enjoying themselves, having a good time, and then 1 minute they're having a good time, and the next minute they're being raped and beheaded in public and gunned down by a bunch of like foreign militia types. Like that's the kind of things that happen in those situations.
It's crazy that these people are advocating for something like that they have no idea of the consequence of it.
I mean, that's pro-democracy, bro. That's 100% democracy. Nothing screams democracy like shooting a presidential candidate on the campaign trail, does it?
Yeah.
And the thing is about this being a boomer protest is that
Yes.
their grandchildren basically don't really agree with them on the nature of the American Constitution, American democracy. From a poll last year by the Cato Institute, when they looked at enthusiasm for the Constitution across demographic groups, obviously boomers, 65 plus and over, were 3/4 in favor of it, strongly favorable opinion. And then the Gen Xers at the 68.
I think the Constitution's wrong on tons of things. There's tons of amendments I don't agree with. Sure, yeah. Especially the way the Supreme Court interprets them. Absolutely.
Yep.
This is too broad of a question.
Like
what? Citizens United, cruel and unusual torture, not a fan of that. I think if we want to publicly execute people, I don't think that's a problem at all.
100%. I agree with that. Absolutely. We should for sure have public executions. This might be a wild take, guys. I think we should normalize that. That should be something that people see every single day. People have gotten so fucking soft in this country. And the reality of situations is like hidden away from them. Fuck that. That's why we have people running around thinking they're women and shit. Everyone lives this fucking cushioned, pandered cottage lifestyle. That's what's led us to the point that we're at right now.
Especially for really bad actors in order to set an example. You've got, let's see, beyond that, citizenship for anybody that is born here, regardless of the parent's citizenship status. Absolutely not. Those are the three things that I would say immediately I am against.
Notice how, since they started to get rid of bullying or talk against bullying and people aren't being bullied as much, the number of school shootings has gone up immensely. Isn't that funny? Now, I'm not saying I think kids should bully other kids. But it's not as bad of a thing as people are making it out to be.
Yeah.
Younger Gen Xers at 53. But then the millennials, 30, 44, only 41% have a strongly favorable opinion to the US Constitution. That's really weird, isn't it? That's a weird way of not replicating your own ideology from the boomers. Like, if you believe in this so strongly, why don't your grandchildren also believe in this? And the Zoomers themselves actually support writing a new constitution. Obviously,
there's nothing wrong with writing a new constitution. That's why you have amendments. The Constitution was written, made in order to have amendments and be a living document. That's the whole reason why they reinterpret amendments all the time. The entire idea that this is some sort of stated thing. For example, there are tons of things that a random person can't have that are military things that people can't have. So there's limitations to the First Amendment, there's limitations to the Second Amendment, there's limitations almost to everything. And so for guns, exactly, for voting, exactly, there's a million things that different things apply to. So in my opinion, I think this is such bad polling because it's such a individually based issue.
25% of boomers support that. 27% of the old Gen Xers. 40% of the young Gen Xers.
Yeah,
47% of the millennials. But 54%.
Somebody says, am I against anchor babies? Absolutely. I'd deport every single one of them.
Based.
4% of Zoomers are like, yeah, no, fuck the Constitution. Let's just write a new one that reflects our diversity as a people. Boomers, you are out. It's over for you. Your beloved democracy that you'll seek to protect so much, the Constitution, the Republic, all of those things that you're so concerned about, it genuinely is, as Rousseau put, the real Constitution is inscribed on the hearts of men. And when your generation goes, the younger generations will not have the fondness for the 20th century America that you have, that you had during your youth, and that will all disappear. Things will change.
Yep. But see, that's why right now it is a fight for the hearts and minds of the youth. I mean, that's really what it comes down to. It's not about us adhering to the Constitution simply because our politicians haven't done it in fucking decades. Okay? They haven't. Our politicians have not adhered to the Constitution in forever, so people want a new one that will be held at a higher standard than the one that was written back in 1776. That's where we're at. That's where the public sentiment is. So therein lies the current fight in American culture. Are we going to have more young people want conservative Christian values and have these things written into this new idea of a constitution? The new amendments are going to be proposed? Or are we going to have this hyper-liberal... Sorry, that's Charlie. Whenever there's sirens going off in the background, he starts howling. Or are we going to have this progressive, hyper-liberal, all of these ideologies rewritten in the Constitution? That's where the fight is. Okay? No, that's an ambulance, dude. Police around here don't really do shit no more. They don't.
Absolutely.
Because, I mean, obviously the boomers, again, 2/3 of them think that the American...
Thought you were against denaturalizing anchor babies? I mean, I'm talking about like future ones, right? I mean, obviously, like if somebody was born in the U.S. like 20 years ago, they've been a U.S. citizen for like 20 years because of the 14th Amendment. Like applying rules retroactively to people generally is a bad idea. But like from my perspective, I would from now on, no, never.
Right.
New people, yeah, exactly.
Right.
Founding fathers were heroes.
Democrats, if you want more votes, fuck without a condom and stop snipping your balls. Easy. But they're the pro-abortion party. They're the pro-contraception party, right? Which I'm not against condoms. Don't get me wrong. But like, the abortion pill, that's not contraception. That's an abortion.
34% were like heroes and villains, but 1% said villains.
Mm-hmm.
Same sort of numbers with the older Gen X.
Yes.
The younger Gen X, about 50-50 on heroes, or both heroes and villains. And then the millennials are like, no, more heroes and villains than heroes, with 5% just on villains. And the same sort of thing with the Gen Z. So it's not like the founding fathers and the love of them is even something that they have really taken heart. They're like, well...
And this is also something that's important to keep in mind, is that whenever these people try to weaponize, figures like Thomas Jefferson or George Washington, they're not doing it from a place of respect to Thomas Jefferson or George Washington. They don't care about Thomas Jefferson or George Washington. But what they do care about is weaponizing your respect for them in order to achieve their goals. Would you support removing non-citizens from the census? Completely. If you're not a citizen, you shouldn't be counted in the census.
Based. Absolutely.
And I don't think that, and the reason why is that the census is used in order to determine a certain amount of government representation.
Yep.
So if you allow non-citizens to be part of the census, you create an incentive in order to bring more non-citizens into an area and then increase the voting power of that area.
And that is why people freaked the fuck out when Trump was trying to get illegals fast-tracked out of the census back in 2020. That's the whole point. They made the same arguments. He's a dictator. He's doing this. Yada, 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 yada. It had nothing to do with him being a dictator. It had to do with these states who were utilizing illegal immigrants within their census, which is the crux of why they wanted the census taken away. Or not, the crux of why they were arguing against Trump impeding on the census. Like, they did it completely out loud. That's why. Because the census counts illegal immigrants. What's up, Vibe? Good to see you, man. Welcome in, bro. Welcome in. It's the entire reason.
And so you've now created a reward structure around adding citizens. The more non-citizens you add, the more power you have over American policy. Does that sound like a good idea? That's retarded. Of course you shouldn't do that.
Back. And you'll remember that the radical fringe of that 5% who think they're just straight up villains will go out and tear down the statue.
See, that's what I'm talking about there, Calvin. Me and you can agree on a lot of shit. I feel like every time you've ever been on like a panel or something that I had going on, you always give some good takes. That's a good one right there.
Of them,
That's
as
right.
they did during the 20.
Never listen to these people about, oh, I care about the Constitution. No, you don't. You care about it when you agree with it.
Correct.
20 Black Lives Matter riots. It's not like these people haven't been radicalized. And this really is a product.
And also another thing is them, trying to make an argument to authority.
I will sing Barbie Girl if somebody sends me $100. I just want to let you all know that. Jess is not wrong there. She's not joking. I will sing Barbie Girl, the entire song karaoke from start to finish, if someone sends me $100. But this will not be a karaoke stream. I'm just going to be a dancing monkey for tips. That's it.
The Supreme Court. The Supreme Court's just 9 fucking geriatrics. I like, Clarence Thomas is an OG, and I think some of the other ones are great too. But at the end of the day, it's 9 fucking geriatrics. They also decided to, these are people decided to do Citizens United, right? You shouldn't look at them as some sort of divine authority. They're just 9 people that made the decision. And also they're completely partial. They're absolutely partial. And if they weren't partial...
If it wouldn't fuck my stream up in the algorithm, I'd play the actual song and then I would harmonize with it.
Then all of those people that are saying that the Supreme Court's impartial wouldn't have been malding because Trump got to appoint 3 justices. It's bullshit.
The sort of boomer liberalism. If you allow it to just keep going and going and going, where it's trying to encompass all of mankind, and it sees all of its own wrongs as primarily the problem rather than things that are outside of its remit, then... well, you get to that point, don't you? And finally, you may have seen this amazing post going around. I posted it myself. A huge thank you to all the No Kings protesters yesterday. I was very concerned a king was trying to take my place, but thanks to your tireless efforts, I am still your president. Great job all.
Man.
Unfortunately, that's fake. Like I said, I posted it as well, and I'll take it down after this video.
Sad.
I didn't realize.
He should have said it, though.
Sounded so
That's
much
really
like
funny.
something Donald Trump would say. And frankly, he should have said that. He should have tweeted that out. He should have been like, I'd hate to have a king because I'm the guy in charge, aren't I? I don't want to be replaced. But that's a fake. But it does probably accurately represent what Trump actually thinks, which is another thing about the sort of fake
ridiculous.
posts of Trump that go around. Yeah, okay, he might not have said it. But if he was inclined to think about the subject, he probably would say that, wouldn't he?
Probably would have said
if you were to
it.
ask him, that probably would be his opinion on it. Anyway, it's nice that the boomers got to have a day out of the nursing home, isn't it?
Yeah. Anyway, that's what I think the problem is it's the last gasp of relevancy from the boomers in order for them to fuck up society just a little bit longer, in order for them to enable their delusional, self-serving ideals while they live under more wealth and they have experienced more benefits than anybody else in society, and they've made all this money, and somehow they're still talking down to the young people. It's so fucking obnoxious. They're in their death throes. throes they are. They're in their death throes, and this is a problem that's going to solve itself. And there are a lot of based boomers out there, too. You can't forget that. It's not like they're all bad. They are not all bad. But some of the ones that are out there doing this are just displaced hippies, bored swamp hags, and old retards that should be sitting in a nursing home playing bingo rather than going out and fucking up society. You don't have any stake in it anymore. You're going to be dead soon. Just give it a fucking rest and leave everybody else alone. You know? That's the way I feel about it. That's what I think. So yes, it's war from the attack on the outside. Fascism is violence from above. Revolution is violence from below. I mean, I think it's just retards, right? I mean, there's not really a lot of violence in a lot of cases. It's just retards. I'll give you guys the video link. You guys give it a like. I like Stargon's videos a lot.
I'll even do this. It doesn't have to be one donation of $100. It can be a collective donation of $100. So if I make $100 off of this stream through Cash App, PayPal, whatever, I will sing Barbie Girl.
I agree with this one very strongly. But yeah, I definitely 100% do.
There you go. That's it. There's really not much else to say on that, right? So we'll go ahead and move forward. We already watched that. What's this? Oh, sorry. This was something I was watching earlier. It's actually a pretty good game. I've already watched like basically almost an entire playthrough of it, so I'm not going to play it, but definitely give it a check out. It's called No, I'm Not Human. Check it out. Okay. So here's something I wanted to touch on a little bit, and this is crazy to me. So it says, Trump orders demolition of White House East Wing for lavish 90,000 square foot ballroom. All right, I'll read through this, and then I'm going to give my take on it. So it says, President Donald Trump has directed the demolition of the historic East Wing, which included First Lady's offices and the White House Theater, to construct a 90,000 square foot ballroom funded by private donors and his presidential salary. The $300 million project, underway since mid-October amid a government shutdown, faces lawsuits over alleged violations of preservation laws and criticism from both parties for erasing American heritage. Supporters reference past renovations by Truman and Obama as precedent, while opponents highlight funding transparency concerns and the loss of symbolic spaces. The actual White House is not being demolished. The standalone structure of the White House is not being demolished. It's the East Wing. It's a separate building. And it's one small piece of it. One tiny fucking piece of it that's getting broken down to make an addition. This is so ridiculous. These people don't actually care about this. None of them. They don't give a fuck about any of this. This is being utilized as a tool of political expediency so they can breed selective outrage because, you know, their whole thing is, well, food stamps and WIC benefits aren't being fulfilled during the government shutdown, and he's doing this. Yeah, but at the same time, our government was, when Obama did something that was just as expensive back during his presidency, he was basically carpet bombing foreign countries. So it wasn't a cut. We were spending even more. Do you know how much a drone strike costs? How much it costed back then? Let's just look at one Tomahawk missile. Okay. Each. each. The cost of a Tomahawk missile varies by model, but recent versions are between approximately $1.3 and $2.5 million each. Okay. How many Tomahawk missiles were dropped during Obama's presidency? It's not publicly available. Isn't that fucking convenient? So we'll just take the air campaign in Syria, 47 of them. So fucking spare me the pearl clutching, okay? I don't give a shit. I don't care. Fuck them. This idea of preserving these historic monuments was nowhere to be found. So, okay, how about this? Faces lawsuits over alleged violation of preservation laws and criticism from both parties for erasing American heritage. Where the fuck were they when they were taking down Confederate statues? Didn't hear a peep. Isn't that convenient? Didn't really give a fuck about American heritage then. And I'm not even pro-Confederacy. But no one's going to talk about that. They're not going to bring that up. No one wants to bring up Confederate statues now. Because these historically monumental bullshit, like, that's important now. It's politically expedient now. You cannot trust a fucking word these people say. And all they'll say is, well, that's different. They treated XYZ group in a certain way. But it's still American heritage. So either this matters or it doesn't. That's the bottom line. I get so tired of these fucking jokers, dude. Because that's what they are. They're fucking court jesters. Swaying opinion in a specific way. That's it. That's all they're doing. You know, people in my Facebook feed, these are people who live around me, actual folks, right? These are not like bots on Reddit. This isn't like, you know, AIX accounts or something. Like, these are actual people who, when I was saying, hey, it's pretty kind of fucked up that there's people out there celebrating the murder of this guy, they called it selective outrage. Go fuck yourself. That's all this is. It's a mountain out of a molehill. They don't actually give a fuck about any of this. They don't care. It makes them feel good. It gets them likes on social media. That's it. That's the pinnacle. Validation from a peer. It will not be anything more than that ever. Yeah, James, exactly. Right, Tom, exactly. Yeah. They don't give a fuck about any of these quote-unquote values they claim to have. No, they don't give a shit about any of it. It's all just another tool for votes. That's it. If they thought that the demographic in which their constituency lied swayed in a different direction, you want to know how quickly they would be like super pro-Trump? Overnight. But they've entrenched this after years of gerrymandering, after years of focusing on specific demographic groups that they know will vote for them if they fucking pander to them, essentially. That's where this comes from. That's why we've gotten to this place in our political system where you have a higher value if you are an immigrant, a lesbian, black, Mexican, non-binary, whatever. Like, all of that plays into a large political game that these people play with the American people. And all that comes from big cities. You won't go out to a rural area and find a bunch of people who are like trans or non-binary, LGBTQ, black. Well, like, there's black people in rural areas, don't get me wrong, but like all of these like chosen identifiers. None of that will be found in a rural area. I sent a video through Discord with timestamping covering Obama's renovations and media coverage. Oh yeah, we'll go over that. We'll go over that. For sure, bro. All right, timestamp 59. Okay.
Instance, we are reading 3 quotes from 2010. Why are we reading 3 quotes from 2010? Because they are about how the media covered Barack Obama's $300 million renovation of the White House. And just to set the tone here, I would like to play for you a clip from CNN just to take you back.
Okay.
Okay?
All right.
So can we hit clip 5?
Sounds like they're building another wing to the White House, but we appreciate you keeping your focus.
You can't even imagine, TJ. It's going to happen for the next 2 years. All of the banging, the jackhammering, the dust, the confusion, the noise of all places to do construction is happening right here, the front lawn of the White House.
See, okay, so you see that behind her? That is the White House. Notice, there is nothing happening to the White House. The actual White House.
It's a 4-year renovation project. Estimated cost, $376 million.
So that's how CNN. Wow. That's how CNN covered the Obama renovation.
Well, yeah, it's Happy times. They cover it.
Tom, they haven't been paid for yet.
Like a local news segment on a ribbon cutting.
Oh, God,
you know?
entirely right.
She's wearing the hard hat and everything. Everyone's all smiles. Nobody's freaking out about how terrible this thing is. And this is what I love about this game. And for the new people, not the OGs who have probably never heard us play this game before, it is 4 statements, 3 of which are made by actual journalists and 1 made by a Democrat.
And you got to choose the Democrat.
You got to choose the Democrat. We also have some fantastic game music. Let's find out if it's a Dem or a Journo.
Dem or Journo, Dem or Journo.
This is so good.
Dem or Journo, Dem or Journo, Dem or Journo, Dem or Journo, Dem or Journo. Nobody knows.
Right.
There's been an ongoing argument for 5 years about whether it's a stanza too long.
It is.
It might be.
Should be trimmed, but it's okay.
It's authentic, Smug.
Okay.
It really is.
Let's get those statements. Lee, can we put up statement number 1, please? In making changes, the White House took pains to ensure that new additions were American-made.
Oh, my God.
This is, once again, this is from 2010 about the Obama renovations.
Wait, taking pains. taking pain.
It's so difficult to have to use American-made things, but this administration is doing it.
It's only the sort of thing that like a press shop of a Democratic administration can get shoehorned into an article.
It's insane.
You know?
Well, there's pains involved.
Incredible pains.
And they're willing to take those pains.
Don't you know how hard they're working?
Yeah, exactly.
I say Journo. I don't know about y'all. What do y'all think? Democrat or Journo? What do y'all think said that?
Abigail Spanberger. So you know how hard I work?
Okay, statement number 2. Each president puts his stamp on the office. None of the modest changes that were done inside the Oval Office were done at any taxpayer expense.
Oh my! Like the level of running cover is just insane.
Think about how generous Barack Obama is.
Yes. Well, because they're going to give you the price tag of what's going on behind, but they want to assure people that's not coming out of your wallet.
Well, that's exactly right. Statement number 3. Though no taxpayer money was spent, there is a fund fed by private donations for White House decor. There were the inevitable howls of protest on the timing and the taste.
They're like even attacking anyone's
Any criticism.
Oh my God, dude.
Think about that in contrast to today.
If they don't give a fuck. They don't care about this. It's a tool of political expediency. That's it. That's all this is.
That's a journo. I'm like so disgusted.
Inevitable
These
howls.
animals, dude.
Inevitable howls. Like the idea that the media would run cover so much they would preemptively talk down criticism of the thing. God, dude, what like rarefied air the Obama administration was able to walk on.
It's unreal, dude.
You know?
Well, it sent shivers down their leg. As we found out on Election Day and every day afterwards.
Statement number 4. Whether metaphor or mere coincidence, Obama's decision to redecorate as he contemplates a change in Bush's war policy is rooted in presidential tradition.
Bullshit.
No.
A change? He sent 25,000 more soldiers overseas after saying he was going to end the war.
No,
I love this game so much.
While you guys are going over your notes and thinking about this, I just want to remind our audience of how Trump's renovations are being covered. Let me read you a headline from the Daily Beast. How Trump used his goons to ignore White House teardown laws.
Right. Because he's not using taxpayer money. He's getting money from private funding to make these renovations. He's bad. Orange man bad. Orange man always bad. Orange man always be bad.
That's how the media is covering President Trump's renovation.
Yeah.
But we just heard how they covered Barack Obama. Well, and there's a bunch of things because my understanding is that the funding mechanism is the same in that there is a nonprofit that's dedicated to White House improvement where people can raise money for it and pay for, what is upgrades to a White House periodically. And the way at least this covered, and maybe it was a Dem, but it was basically like, well, this is not a taxpayer thing, so don't worry about it. The way it's being covered under the Trump administration is like, big influence going on. There's yet another way to pay for access. I mean, that's exactly
what
I've seen
they're
it
doing.
splashed all over the newspaper in the last several days, and like all of their advocates out on social media are saying like, ooh, this is a big pay-to-play operation.
With no proof at all, by the way. I mean, there's no proof of this at all. That this is people gaining access to the White House by private funding. It's all a bunch of skepticism when someone else does it. But when their people do it, whoa, your criticisms are wild.
Like, meanwhile, he's upgrading a house that belongs to the American people.
Right.
Like, there's no benefit for him. He has to live through the construction, by the way.
Right.
And at the end of it, which is basically when he moves out.
I cannot.
Somebody else's deal.
I cannot wait for a Democratic president to be able to enjoy this luxurious ballroom I can't wait for that day.
I hope they call whatever comes of it the Trump ballroom.
Oh, I hope so
should
too.
be.
Because I will call it that no matter what.
Everyone should.
Yeah.
You know, it's only right and just.
It's only right and just, especially if they're going to oppose it to the hilt.
All right, should we break this down?
Yeah, you heard the 4 statements. I'm happy to read any of them over again.
I've made my decision.
Well, I just want to break this down for a little bit because I think the taking pain.
All right, that was the end of it. Yeah, good video, Lobster, for sure, bro. Absolutely. All right. So, just continuing on this topic, Bernie Sanders says Trump is demolishing the White House to build a $300 million ballroom paid for by his billionaire pals, but that's not all. He's demolishing the Constitution, demolishing our healthcare system, demolishing our democracy. Well, he's not demolishing the White House at all, actually. The White House isn't being touched in any of this. So this whole fucking geriatric codger can get bent because none of that's happening. I like this, though. I really wanted to touch on this because of the comments. The comments are great. New cert for Bernie. Pfizer. Xenio. Merck. AstraZeneca. It's obviously AI. Moderna. 100%. No. I said share your wealth, not mine. Exactly. Bernie votes to deny pay to the military and essential federal employees. Correct. Every day these people vote against opening the government. That's what they're doing. If they really cared about people getting paid, if they really cared about these programs being put back into effect, they would vote to reopen the government. And then, and solely then, would they start to work for healthcare reform. Very easy. Group photo of everyone Bernie Sanders had lifted out of poverty. That's a good one. Isn't it amazing how this old communist asshole has become wealthy using the very system that he hates, right? See, because there was a point in time when he said there should be no millionaires in Congress. Well, now he's a multimillionaire, so now it's there should be no billionaires in Congress. But he sure as fuck isn't going against J.B. Pritzker, is he? Meanwhile, Gavin Newsom is demolishing the capital of California with taxpayer funding at 5 times the cost, and no one says anything. They don't care. They don't give a fuck. They'll do it right in your face. They don't care. That's obvious. Fear, racism, white supremacy. They'll take your health care. You'll lose Social Security. Meh. That's it. Military won't get paid until we get our $1.5 trillion for illegals. That's not going to happen, so the government's going to stay shut down. I'm a filthy rich socialist. If I have $1 and you have $20, then I have $21. And here we go. Here's another one. The East Wing is a distant office space annex that was built in 1942. It's not even 100 years old. It's not the White House. It's this tiny sliver right here. Do your job and end the Democrats' filibuster of the vote to fund and reopen the U.S. government. No kings, but a lot of fools. Not going to read that. Say less, Bernie. Yep. It's and there it is. It's that simple, right? It doesn't go any further than that. Here is the best news of the day. They're throwing that bitch in jail. That ugly fat cunt. They're throwing her in jail. And she says, after she's arraigned and pleads not guilty, this isn't about me. It's about all of us. It's about a justice system which has been weaponized. A justice system which has been used as a tool of revenge. My faith is strong. I have belief in the justice system and the rule of law. So why did you bring a bullshit case against a presidential candidate during the campaign? And you failed. Not saying much about that anymore, are you, you stupid bitch? Not saying much about that no more. Pretty convenient. Pretty convenient that they're using the exact same language that the other side did. How do I feel about MTG citing the Republicans as a reason for the government shutdown? I don't give a shit about her, bro. Who cares about Marjorie Taylor Greene? I don't. Yep, it's not fun when the rabbit got the gun. No one's above the law. Nothing works harder than a button on Letitia James's pantsuit. That's gold, bro. Yep. What goes around comes around. No one is above the law. That's what they said, isn't it? That's what they said. They said it over and over and over and over and over again. And we're just to believe that they have never done anything wrong, right? We're just to believe that they're washed clean and patron saints of the American public. Right? See? What a good day this was for you, wasn't it? Now it's called lawfare. Yep. She was real fucking happy when she was bringing all that shit up against Trump. And it fucking failed, dude. It failed. In the Bronco. That's a great one. Oh, man, that's hilarious. No one's above the law. No one's above the law. This is a classic case of you should have read the fucking room. Because now that the same mechanisms that were used against him are being used against them, they're bad. They're bad. Calvin, the only reason she's going against Republicans is because they're fucking shilling for Israel. That's it. That's all. There's no other reason. And it's something that I am not happy with the Trump administration for. Because it's full of a bunch of fucking Israel shills. But that's why she's upset. She's another opportunistic politician. I mean, that's the bottom line, dude. Like, I'm just maintaining my fucking logical consistency here. Oh, I love it. And look at the ratio on this. See, so the old school ratio was more comments than likes. The new ratio is if you comment on someone else's post, especially if you have a fucking like check mark next to your name. Now she has a gray check mark, but you know, it's people who pay for it is blue, which I don't have one. I'm not paying for Twitter. But now it's if someone who has a much higher following and comments or replies to something and they get more likes, that's a ratio. But the real ratio is when you have 8.5 thousand likes, but you have 15,000 comments, and you scroll through, and it's literally just straight memeing on this bitch. That's the old school ratio. What say you that no career prosecutor brought the case against Letitia and had to get someone with no prosecution experience? I mean, that's the new norm, right? That's the status quo. That's where we've come in society. That's where we are. See, here's the thing, right? Trump, he ran on locking Hillary Clinton up. And he could have pushed for that. But he didn't. He didn't set this fucking precedent, okay? They did. They spent his entire first term impeaching him and trying to go after him in every way possible. And then when he wasn't president, they used every means possible to try and strip him of his assets, throw him in prison, whatever they needed to do. And all they got at the end of the day was a conviction with no sentence but probation. So you tell me, Calvin, if he really did something so terribly fucking wrong that a jury of his peers would convict him of something, why didn't they sentence him? I can give you an easy answer to that. It's all for show. It gave them the leverage to be able to say, don't vote for him because he's a felon. Even though he committed a felony and wasn't given any kind of like felony repercussions. That was it. It's very easy. That's good shit. Asmongold says showering more often was the worst decision ever made because it stopped his evolution. That's so dude. Like, you know what's crazy? So, and this is why I can't ever take the left seriously, right? I'm serious. When he says shit like this, he's obviously fucking around. After not showering, I had been developing an exoskeleton. There was a protective wall between my skin and the outside world. And he even pulled up a paint window and typed in, there's a self-cleaning enzyme apparatus that your body develops after you stop showering for a while. These retards actually think he's being serious. They actually believe. This is how big of clowns these people are. And of course, I get Nyara, who is some fucking trans loser, right? Like, cat. Yeah, it's just absolutely ridiculous. These people actually believe that they're making a definitive statement. Breaking. After murdering 6 more civilians. Oh, they're definitely not drug traffickers, by the way. Off of the South America last night, Hegseth just ordered the deployment of the Gerald Ford aircraft carrier strike group to Southcom area. Where's Congress? Where's our values? We haven't declared war on them yet. Fuck Venezuela. We have Tren de Aragua in the country right now. And during the Biden regime, they were taking over fucking apartment buildings and shit. That's proven. So I don't want to hear it. I don't care. I don't care what these fucking talking heads think about this. They're supposed to drum up some fucking outrage. 7.2 thousand likes. That's it. Losing relevancy. Ugh, gross. If you hate Israel, you hate America. Fuck you. If you don't believe they have a right to be a sovereign nation, you don't believe we have a right either. Fuck you. Now, I don't have a problem with Israel being its own country. Do I think they should? I'm indifferent to that. I'll be a fence sitter. I don't give a fuck. But fuck Israel. Victimhood, oppression, and scapegoating is what Marxists do, not conservatives who believe in God and free will. Go fuck yourself. If you won't unflinchingly support a foreign nation that's on the other side of the planet, you're anti-American. Based, Matt Morse. Dude, he's such a ledge, dude. For real. Matt Morse is awesome. See, these pictures are just... It's so disingenuous. And they know. They know it. They know it's entirely disingenuous. Elizabeth Warren here. I launched an investigation. See, this is what I get in my fucking X feed. Like, hey, Tom, great to see you, man. Thanks for being in here today, bro. I appreciate you, dude. Thank you, man. Thank you. I've launched an investigation into the contracting and approval process for the demolition of the White House and whether the corporate donors funding Trump's ballroom are seeking favors with the administration. The American public deserves answers. Okay. Doing great there, bitch. No one cares. Now, see, here's where he got it wrong. It was more people than just the mayor. It was also Jasmine Crockett. There's a lot of very low IQ people in our Congress. You know, John Fetterman said this shit in the very beginning. Okay? John Fetterman said, they're not bringing their best to Congress. This is coming from a fucking senator. See, here we go. Inflation is climbing, wages are stalling, and Trump's economy is collapsing. Where the fuck were you the past 5 years? Where were you? Nowhere to be found. I don't care about Kyle Kuklinski. I don't even like watch his shit. And then this is just more like the caller stuff. I'm surprised this is still going on, I'll be honest. All right, boys. It's about 8 o'clock. I'm going to jump up out of here. It's been a pleasure. Thank you, everybody who tuned in tonight. It's always good to scroll through shit and watch shit with you. Thank you all very much. I appreciate the subs. I appreciate you all being in chat. Thank you. We'll go Level 4 Lobster, Tom G, Scott Hot Vet. We got James. We got Calvin College. Always good to see you, man. Oh, sorry, bro. I didn't realize you were jumping in. I'm about to dip out. Corey Barton, good to see you, my dude. Always a pleasure having you on. I'm still scrolling up. Sorry. I got to go through chat on my phone. Nuxus, good to see you, my man. Welcome back, dude. Always good to see you. BBP, always good to see you. Jess White, love you. Thank you. All right. Robert Whaley, the man, the myth, the legend himself. We got... Who else? Pretty sure I already said Tom G, but... Vibe, thanks for jumping in tonight, dude. I appreciate it. All right, that looks like it's about it. Everybody, thank you all very much again. Always appreciate you. You guys are the bomb, dude. You guys are the reason that I continue to do this, man. Thanks again, guys. Y'all have a great night. Peace!